Gamer time! I gotta do my vocal warm-ups real quick. Oh, go, go, go. Okay, I'm ready. It's gamer time, here we go. We're in the antechamber. 17th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Alright, I'm gonna have to do all these voices again. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Yeah, she's just being a sussy... No, she's not being a sussy baka, she's being a sassy baka. Jenny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Yeah, why aren't you saying anything, Ginny? Ginny Bobby? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard? The likes of me. What? You saw the picture? What picture? Ah, you mean this? A photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Yes. Well, I didn't think it would have been captured. I would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. Yeah, I gotta get into the mojo of the voices again. I haven't played this in a week. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm innocent. I'm turning Irish again. Of course I can. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. What do you got, Ginny? It was after we had the dinner together at your place, or ours. And we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 221 to the Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of Baskervilles. Don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that the Shums don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. But it wasn't there. He broke into Winterbank's. I had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? No. I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Good. I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... Oh. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script.
The mantle script. Have you got it here? Shums leave a load of papers with you. A story. What kind of accent is this? I struggle to do her voice. That's what it is. Are you talking about this guy's voice? This is my sad attempt at Patrick Star.
I beg your pardon.
The Hound of the something or another. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What do I have to do with it anyway? I just want to see it here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh. Very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. Treasure chest.
We be searching for pirate booty. In here be treasure parts.
And it was there, alright, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Yes. Anyway, that was the... Then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. Mario and Luigi. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me. There's some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Can I possibly have my gun back?
Oh. Sure. Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
I did figure out how to stream dock. I know it's impossible, but... And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... Bang bang! I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, standing at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Because you thought whoever you had shot, Mr. Windibank, might come for you. Yeah, so I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. Uh-oh. Eh? I felt funny in me head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. Perhaps. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I keep telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. You'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Gun. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Okay, that was... Whatever. You know, I'm still warming up. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict.
Egg boy.
He's about to get a serving of Niko Sunny side up, I'm telling you. Still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. Yeah, he was. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what had happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands, Ginny. If what you're saying is true, you can. Mr. Naruodo? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. 'Cause... The plot. I mean, you have to... Have you forgot what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him. Even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. The pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. Yeah. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Eh? You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. Damning. Damnation. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. Sword Daddy, my best friend. Rinosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely, right? But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no good lawyer, you're not like McGill did. I know that. Eh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Artis! Niko, how do you feel about the Starburst hot dog? Really good. I'd eat it. They were mutuals on Twitter.com. That's right, Shattered. Hi, Shattered. We know you better than you think. And now we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly! Mr. Nara Odo, Aw. Cute moment.
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative! Get in the courtroom, you goobers!
Yes, of course. Thank you. Alright, gamer time. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle! Wish me luck, Susato-san. Sasibaka. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Alright, it's gamer time. Eggert Benedict is I'm about to lay down everything. Her name's Gina Lestrade, and she's like she's a character that's based on like Oliver Twist. Okay, Mario, Luigi, and lawyer and Pianta lawyer from Super Mario Sunshine.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord.
God. Oh my god, that my nose, that like vibrated my entire face. Okay.
However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's
Precis? I don't know if that's how you pronounce that.
of the case heard by the court this morning. Glaring omission by the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
Okay. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord! The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building! Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. It's certainly not like this. That's not Eggert Benedict. There he is! What a stinky fella.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such a short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Why are Goth, Mario, and Luigi blushing? They're nervous.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Grayson and I both work at London's Central Communications Station.
Now perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about.
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation, indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Too bad, Egg Boy. You're about to go down.
Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Ooh! Woo!
Gladly, my lord. Gladly.
He does have the moves. I'll give him that. Even if he's guilty, he's got moves.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here are present, claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
Okay, what a testimony. All right.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I'm dismayed. The highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not yet been established, you'll be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. That's not even his name.
Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchante. So. Hat! Hat moment! I trust we can conclude this quickly. I think he looks more like Dimitri. If I would say so myself. Because he doesn't have the, like, ruffled hair. He's too, like... He's got that yee-ass haircut, you know what I mean? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Sorry, I'm gonna turn up my volume real quick. Give me 1 sec. Though of course you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. I have a feeling that he's gonna say something and we're gonna have to pursue Mario or Luigi, because they're gonna be like, that's not what happened. Luigi be like, and Mario be like, and Luigi be like, Mario. And Gregson be like, oh, potato. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believed. Tell me what you... Oh.
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
Alright, bud. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? He's gonna be a stinky. In an effort not to give anything away. Yeah, this could be tricky. He's not. I don't think he's gonna give anything away. I think one of the two dudes on the left is. I think Mario 1 or Mario 2 is gonna give it away. Mario or Luigi Mario. What are you seriously suggesting? I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder. Yes, I am actually. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? They're like, no, I don't associate with criminals. Graydon's color palette is atrocious. I think that's kind of the point, is that he like values himself as like high society fashion. Meanwhile, he looks like Dookie. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? Bro, don't give me that.
The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Look at my moves. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyways? You can't dance like me. Now be gone.
Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Alright. Where were you at around 1 o'clock in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I would normally retire.
Certainly.
I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
He's like, no.
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
Yeah, he looks like a snobby, rich dumbass. But I mean, that's kind of the point since he's likely a bad guy. I mean, there's like a 5% chance he's not a bad guy. But I don't think the bad guys are supposed to look good. You know what I mean?
You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Okay. Yeah, start grooving. He's so dramatic. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. I mean, as a general, if I were to say good characters look better than bad characters overall, yes, I'd say the good ones look better. Even if certain parties here claim that my blood was found at the scene. Okay. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples.
Spare me the science lesson! I am Eggert Benedict, dancer of the courtroom!
Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... He's not a Londoner! This is what I'm saying, he's a spy! He's not a Londoner! He doesn't know!
So even though you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective...
Even you. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Yeah, Luigi! Oh, Luigi's like,
Are you fucking dissing my paisano, huh? You dissing my paisano? Oh, I'll let you have one of them dissing my paisano like that.
Excuse me, sir.
do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What, me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right now, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I gotta tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not a big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
God blimey, governor, you what? You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Okay. A thought? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
A thought? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
Any thinkers? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Huh?
What wound? He's hurt.
Well, we took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It hadn't been healed up yet. So, I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, Ells bells!
Oh! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? The shoulder. Maybe.
What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon.
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd like to allow the court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse.
What do you mean? What? Why? You can't do that. Then you're just admitting you're there. That's literally what you're doing.
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever.
You're lying.
I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery.
Bro, Judge, are you or are you not a Giga Chat? Are you going to let this stand? Because, like, there is a high chance that we are right. He knows there's a high chance we're right. Is he going to force him to examine it? The defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Okay?
Very well, counsel.
All right, it's gamer time.
Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Okay.
The bottom line is, I never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where that man was killed.
Okay. Okay, let's review the evidence. What did he turn in that ties him to this pawnbrokery at all? I don't think this one would. A redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim. Okay. Okay. No, that's not it. Blood samples. No, because that's not working so far. That story, no. A redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank. The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. Okay, not yet. Notes collated, I don't know how to pronounce that, on the case we worked on 2 months ago. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day. Yep, okay, this all makes sense. Yep, conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise fourth witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Okay, it's not that. Government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Yep, yeah. Single bullet wound, it's not that, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that either. Don't we have a picture of him at the scene? I could have sworn. It's not in evidence? Why? What? I thought we had that. Van Zyke said no. Okay, great. Okay, so this is gonna be kind of difficult. I need to get caught up. Is it one of the redemption tickets? I don't know. I don't think it is. This seems like it'd be pretty easy. Does that say Luigi? No, it doesn't. Kitty? Goblin. Hello, Goblin. Hello, Pee-Pee. Okay, I'm gonna read this, just in case. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, yeah. That says Luili. Fweely. Gweely. Queely. I don't know what it says. Something. Tying you to the pawnbroker. I have to get like familiar with the evidence again. Oh, you gotta give me a second. I haven't played this game in a week. Let's look at the images. Not that. Not that. I don't know, is it this? I mean, we can't prove it's his blood, though. That's the thing. You can't prove... Because he's like, oh, your stupid little blood tests don't matter in court. This is probably really easy. This morning's paper. No, it's not that. I'm gonna press him.
Hold it!
I can't figure it out. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. What? You just said you were! I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
Oh, okay. No, you were there to redeem an article. Dude, Gregson was there!
Is that right?
Okay, yeah! That's what I'm saying! What? Gregson's like, no, you dumbass, you were there! Perfect timing! I was gonna say, Gregson showed up and saw the man trying to redeem a ticket. Ollie, why were you saying you believed in me when I couldn't even present anything? I had to pursue Greggy. Excuse me! Sir?
Excuse me!
Sir? Alright, thank you, Ollie. I appreciate that. Do you have something to add, Inspector?
I like potatoes. Come again, sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That's literally what I was just saying. I'm like, you can't claim that. The police were there and tried to arrest you.
Huh. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
Greggy! Greggy! Are you turning on me? What? But you must.
I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here? They're trying to cover up something. Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks. Yes, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Oh, yeah, it's literally, This is what I was, What are you, is that not him? Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. Yeah! At no point have I denied that fact. What you... I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale, and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
Yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, yum.
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks, but why would Greggy be covering for him? But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Greggy, are you a bad guy, or are you, like, being forced by someone else? That's all he's got to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. Poe's lying. You know, it's just, they do that. Poe's like Eggert, Benedict, they be lying all the time. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yeah, Luigi. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Hey.
some scaramouche. Can he do the fandango? I don't think so.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
Alright. Let's see what we got. Okay. You never had anything to do with it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I bet. Is there like an autopsy report? Maybe something filed by the police? This guy looks like Jacob. I would say that's the closest, yeah. But blonde, yeah. He does resemble a Jacob. Okay, let's check this out. The government is trying to cover for this guy. I think. It's not this. Bro. It can't be this because the blood... I don't know. It wouldn't make sense for it to be this, even though it would. It does make sense for it to be this, but I don't think they'd accept it, is the thing. Former gilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months... That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Did he cut his finger on that disc? Yes, but we can't use blood tests to prove anything. Because it's not... We already tried to do that, and they said, well, it's not official, so you can't actually say that is confirmed. It was... Basically, Shadowed, it was enough to get him on the stand, but it's not enough to prove anything. So I don't think it's the blood. That is his blood, though. After the murder... Maybe it has to do with an item that he was trying to get back. I don't know. Everything is pointing to the disc right now, but the disc doesn't make any sense still. Well, it does. It's just I don't think it would actually work. That's what that's what I'm saying. Being leaked to foreign agencies. Well, we're gonna get to that, but not yet. Okay. I want to make sure it's not this. Okay. Not that. No. I'm gonna examine this. Mr. Winningbank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay. This is for the overcoat. But that doesn't... He tried to turn this in, but what is that? What do we have that actually proves tying him to the thing? Like, he tried to turn that in, but we can't prove that. You know what I mean? This one's for a small box. This is the Hound of Baskerville one, right? No. Yes. The only thing I can think it could possibly be is this disc. I don't understand how it could be anything else. Maybe you could argue that there's a bullet missing, but that doesn't prove anything. The disc is the only thing. What if he was the bullet? Alright, Ollie. Incredible. And his name was Bill. Bullet Bill? More like Projectile William. Alright, let's just go for it. Because nothing else would make sense. He was trying to get this
We know he was trying to get this, and his blood is on this.
Objection!
Gaming. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon?
Why? This is supposed to mean something.
Maybe. This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? When I go to this scene, is my audio still playing? Or is it just silent? I think it's just... it's just... Epic moment. Silent Niko. Back to gaming. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I should give this guy like a slight British accent, I feel like.
I've never seen that disc before in my life.
It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Yeah, but we can't prove that's his. We can, but the court's not going to accept it.
Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
Yeah, show us your thumb. Show me your thumb. Show me your thumb. Show me your thumb. Please show me your thumb. Ace Attorney, go. Show me your thumb. Okay. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Such a fun, but also not fun word. Lacerations. It's like, kind of fun to say, but I don't like thinking about what it actually is. Smacky. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? He probably is, yeah. Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc.
Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
He's guilty as fuck! So you admit it. You admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Maybe.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here.
I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse.
Alright, bud, whatever. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to dance. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. And my ass cheeks can confirm. Accordingly, you will now tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I am quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. Murder! Murder! There's been a murder!
Witness testimony. Gaming. The disc.
There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Okay.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGill, did you say? The famous London philanthropist.
Who died in a fire?
Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes. Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct. Well, they are rich, snobby douche canoes, so I mean, it makes sense.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGillen himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. You think? So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Oh.
Counsel, you will now commence your cross-examination, please.
Gamer time. Gaming Goblin.
Ooh.
The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, for McGilded, but the item belongs to me.
Hold it!
Alright, yeah, right. Shut up. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. I mean, I'm just saying, if you major in communications these days, you're not exactly getting a good salary, but maybe the 1890s were a little different.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. You mean a satchel, Mr. Graydon. My knapsack. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Hang on, let me reread this again. I have little need to make use of services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced. Okay. Sure, I guess. You claim that was your overcoat, even though it was far too small for you? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket.
And yet, there's a note on it that reads, for McGilded.
I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city.
They met at a strip club?
Alright, you know what? Whatever. McGilded, I mean, whatever, man. You're rich. And was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So, the disc in question.
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because Mr. McGilded had threatened to keep her to keep her mouth shut. Yeah, that's right. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Well, I mean, I would much rather have perjury than first-degree murder, but I mean, we can try to not get her accused of perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
I thought you were the child genius. Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling, on the day in question.
Hold it!
Okay. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Insalubrious? Shattered? Can I get a reading? Scanning numbers.
Controlling world government. Taking over.
Distasteful. All right. Shattered. I demand that you use that word in your in your writings. Insalubrious. That's a good word.
Objection!
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 Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course he would take that stance. The girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant.
Okay.
You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks.
Yeah, because she stole your coat.
She took your coat. No, wait. What did she take that brought him in? Or did he claim to have just been chasing her? I forget. It was a claim. Okay, not real. Okay, yeah. She's like, oh, he was just like waiting outside for her to go in. Yeah, okay. Just get your hands on Mr. McGillicud's disc.
My learned friend is a veritable font
Hey, I'm more of a Times New Roman than a Calibri kind of guy, my Van Zykes. Okay, don't give me that nonsense.
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Okay.
I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
No! Every Ace Attorney line of testimony can just be broken down into no! No matter what the witness says, no! That's not right. Have you ever been to Windibanks before?
Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pig purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
Ah, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Yeah, he really can.
In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
This is true. It was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? Yeah, right, Greggy.
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting... Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Sir? 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 Excuse me!
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector Gadget?
What do you mean?
The last remark of Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? Yes, what are you doing, Mr. Inspector Gadget?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. If I tell you, it'll be me and my potatoes.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets.
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago.
Why did he stutter over unexpectedly? Did he know how he died? We'll see.
A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too.
What are you going on? Where are you going with this, Van Zykes?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know, okay?
duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zykes here. What are they hiding? What are you hiding over there?
Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
Yeah, they're being mad sussy right now.
In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Hold it!
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items.
No, not at all.
Oh. Scroll.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
Bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
If you've not been listening, man, even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I had simply no reason to break in.
I mean, there had to be a reason. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. The overcoat, I guess. Oh, the note. The note with Mason's blood on it, maybe? I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Okay. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. So the redemption ticket and the overcoat. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. Anything left behind. Left behind. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But why did Van Zykes have it? That wouldn't make sense. Because Van Zykes is the one that presented it to the court. There's something sussy going on right now. Something very sussy indeed. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. But there must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay. It's either the overcoat or the note. And it's got to be the last thing, I think. Yeah, okay. I think it could be this. Because Mr. Mason... that hadn't been recovered yet. It was in the coat. It's probably this. It's got to be this. Unless there's evidence for the coat, which I don't think there is. Just gonna peep this out real quick. Yeah. It's the note. It's this note. I think. If it's not this note, I have literally no idea what the answer is. Not a clue in the slightest. So, gamer time. Uh-oh. I got it wrong. Let's just... Okay. Yeah. What? You're already saying no and I haven't even presented it.
What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me about it.
Exactly. There's nothing striking about it.
What does it strike me as you're possessing for the inane, however?
I don't get it. I don't get it, actually. You had no reason to break into the... You wanted the note. What else could you have wanted? Not that. I thought it was really obvious, Ollie, but I was clearly wrong. I thought it was very obvious, because it's the only thing I can think of. What did he want to recover? The coat. No. But Gina had the coat. Well, yeah, the note. This thing. The pawnbroker's ticket. Because it had blood of Mr. Mason on it. I have no idea. It's not any of the pictures. This is her. What would you have wanted to recover? I have literally no idea. It's not the story. It's not this one. No. This is what I presented. I legitimately thought that this was it. Apparently not, though. Yeah, well, I'm just going to go through every piece of evidence again. What are the other statements? It's this statement. It has to be. No. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused on the day in question. So he wanted the ticket back. That's what I'm saying. Right? I don't know. Maybe. Badge. What would he have wanted back? I don't see anything that he could have wanted back that's not the disc or the ticket. Aside from maybe the bullet that shot him? I'm on the right track. I don't see how it could be any other thing, because it wouldn't be the story. And this is Sholmes' ticket, right? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I haven't played this case in a week, but this is the Sholmes' ticket to get the story back, right? No? What is this? What is a small box? What? Clearly not the one the story was in? But I don't get it, dude. A small box? Like he was in his coat pocket? Yeah, that's what I'm saying! Okay, fine. You know what, Ollie? You're leading me down this path. I need them to explain this to me because I don't get it. I clearly forgot what this one was for. I was under the impression that that was the Sholmes one. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. Oh, yeah. No, wait, what? Wait, no, that was the other one. What? You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. What? I thought the ticket was... McGilded told Gina, go deposit this. And did they give her this ticket? Yeah, they gave her this ticket. The other ticket McGilded had already because it has Mason's blood on it. Interesting. Yes.
Objection!
Leg? No leg. Fist, though.
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection. Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true.
What? Sorry.
Mr. McGilded had another article and pawn at Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Yes. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks Pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, which is apparently a box? Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Okay, I don't know about that.
This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, 1 small box.
Rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
Whoa. Glifferson! Hey, TZQ. Thank you for the raid. My thing isn't going. My alert's not going off though. Yo, what's up, Tizzy? I'm gaming right now. Super gaming. The Lipsy, the BBX gamer, and Lost in My Mind. Thank you. Did I just hear Tim Taylor? No, Tim Allen. Tim Allen grunt. Oh, wait. Here it comes. Wait. Oh, the alerts are a little slow right now. We gotta wait for it. Wait. Hold. Hold. Wait for it. Yes, there we go. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Beardicus and TZQ the Doble. TZQ party of 14, Beardicus party of 6. How do I... Lilac Koala. Exit. Motionless Flame. Thank you, gamers.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I have a Tim Allen sound effect as my follow sound effect. I also have a Stream Deck, and the center. Check this out. This is good. You gotta check this out. Look what the.
Oh, that's big. That's big.
You can't see him.
Right
Camera
there.
focus. Okay, can you see that? No, how am I gonna do this? It's Tim Allen. It's Tim Allen. It's Tim Allen. You see his face a little? Yeah, he's hiding. It's the exposure on the camera. It's not very good. Blurry Allen. Blurry. Ash Snap'em. Thank you for the follow as well. Gloom Haven. I think. I don't know. Guys, thank you for the follow. We're doing the... Okay, this is your warning for the Great Ace Attorney. We're on case 5 of the first game, which means that the whole game will be spoiled if you guys choose to stick around. If you ever want to play this, you should leave right now. This is your warning. I will continue in like a minute, but like we're gaming right now and we're very close to winning. We're about to get the bad guy. About to get him. We're very close to gaming mode. This music bumping though. Guys, thank you for the raid. Tizzy, how you doing? And Beardicus. But everyone. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give it like another minute and then we're gonna go. Darius Wolfheim. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright, and then we're going. Got school tomorrow, but I hope you have a swell time. Thank you, Lost in My Mind. I plan to have a very swollen time indeed. You ready to go to grab go grab food? Attaboy, Beardicus. Indeed. How dare thee!
How dare they?
Yes, remember you entering C&D's video contest. Yeah, I remember that. I was just thinking, I'm like, don't I know Tizzy from that contest all the way back then? Yes, I do. Sometimes I see people on my Twitter feed and I'm like, how do I know this person? And I'm like, oh yeah, I know this person. All right, gamer time. If you're not gone by now, too bad. So that means for some reason, this Kraden fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Oh, leg! No.
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Sykes?
What's up, Bulldogs?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible.
By the way, the voice I gave to the prosecutor in this game is Solid Snake clap my ass cheeks. That's yeah. He's clapping cheeks over here. You want to play this game eventually? All right, Tizzy, get out of here. This is a good time. Also, Bulldogs, low bro. Gamer time.
On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winnebank's pawnbrokery.
No small box? None? He ate it. He's hiding it in his stomach.
And rest assured, the prosecution can
You can't prove that.
What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir!
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah! Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windebank received his customers.
And the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles... no, wait. I don't know why I started reading normal there.
And the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, McGilden's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front.
Unless it was already gone.
Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April.
Okay, do we have prints from like 2 days ago maybe? Because that would help us a lot.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
This is going to be another perspective thing, isn't it? Where we're going to like have to... Something's going to very slightly shift.
And then we have another print.
Something changed. I guarantee it.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
Something changed. I don't know what it is, but something did.
I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare.
What changed?
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold.
I want to see if I can figure it out without the stereoscope. But that's going to be very hard. It's probably that thing in the middle. Like with that red triangle or above that. It's probably like, that looks like a crank. That looks like a music box.
I see it. Yeah, I see it. No, do I? I don't know if I see it. I might not see. Oh, I see it! I see it! Ah! Ah! I see it! This thing in the center. It's over there now. Why is it over there? Wow.
Dear me, that's startling enough to make my head ache. Startling to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector.
Yes, sir! We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints.
And they were there, but they were moved.
And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
Well, it was probably something inside of that box or whatever.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. And my learned friend's ass.
All right.
Ah!
I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen Mr. McGilded's pawn box. Oh, he dancing. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. They're not. I already solved the murder. I win. What?
So, counsel, in the light of this evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment.
My dad just walked in when he said my friend's ass and he walked straight out. Hey, it's probably a good idea on him.
Nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. No, I don't. I see what moved. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Point out a discrepancy. There is a discrepancy. I see it! I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Okay, so, do I pick this one, or do I pick this one? I assume I pick the one after. So, this right here. I presented stereoscope. You presented that's stupid. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna... I'm gonna rage. I'm gonna go ballistic. I'm gonna go haywire. I'm gonna go bazinga mode. Right here. Take that! Baba Booey! Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, they're off. The box! The box! A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
Let me wait. Unbelievable. How this could slip by my ass cheeks. Inconceivable. The clap of them. Right underneath my nose.
He stereoscopes. He does.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Mr. Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things?
Yeah!
Changes everything, I guess. I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. Yeah, I was like, you realize people could, like, leave the box there and take what's inside, right?
What are you suggesting?
He looks very angry right now. He's not doing too hot right now. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection! That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes.
Yeah, Chad, Judge! Let's go, Chad.
Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once.
Yeah, Judge backing me up right now. Get out of here, Van Zykes.
Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
But that's the police, and I feel like the police are trying to cover this crime up. They're not going to be able to find it, are they?
Ooh.
Judge. Van Zyke. Van Yikes. Look at your soft serve ass yee looking haircut. Don't look at...
How dare you lecture me with your $30 haircut? We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. Your pardon, Lord Van Zykes. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem.
What the hell, man? What are you trying to say, you stinky little butt cheek? Actually, a death 2 months ago can be very vital to whatever's happening now if something's connected. Even if there's not a strong connection, it's still a connection. Guess what? Okay, so, how dare thee? I will give you literally... If I wanted to fully explain this case, it would take me like 15 minutes. But here, I'll give you the 30-second version. So basically, a murder happened 2 months ago by a guy, and to get rid of evidence, he turned his everything that would incriminate him into a pawn shop. And so the pawn shop took it, and 2 months later, he tried to get it back. The murderer of the last of the case 2 months ago, his name was McGilded, and now today, this guy on the stand, the yee ass haircut blonde guy, is trying to get this disc back from the pawnbrokery. And on the back it says, well, it's upside down right now, but it says for McGilded. For McGilded, but that was the murderer 2 months ago. This is that what? So basically this guy is trying to get all the evidence back out of the pawn shop so he can destroy it and or hide it forever. Because the trial 2 months ago never reached a full conclusion. It had to be like, the murderer was pronounced innocent because there wasn't enough evidence. But now we have the evidence if we can get it out of them. So that was more than 30 seconds, but it's like, it's way more complex than that. But that's like a very basic understanding, is that we're fighting to get the evidence back that would incriminate the guy from 2 months ago. And they're trying to hide it so they can get away, because they were probably involved in both cases. What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Oh! What number glass is this gonna be smashed, Ollie? I think 5.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago.
By the way, how dare thee? Mr. McGilded, they're gonna reference this guy a lot. He was the murderer 2 months ago, but also he's dead now. He got murdered himself. He murdered someone, and then someone murdered him, and now they're trying to cover up both murders, like these people now, if that wasn't clear. Mr. McGilded did the one 2 months ago, and he's also dead. So, well, we're gonna see where this trail of knowledge leads us.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty.
Even though he was guilty.
A trial in which it was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
Huh? The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. No, they weren't. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets and a small box. No! I assure you, I wouldn't accept, even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Then why are you doing this? It doesn't make sense. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. You can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Oh,
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizen could have.
yes. Okay, yeah, you pretty much, yes. You summed it up pretty well. Mr. McGilded did a murder. He got murdered himself, and now the murderer of probably both crimes is trying to cover it up and get back the evidence to destroy it so that they can bury the case forever. And we're fighting to get it back. And all the evidence is in the pawn shop. Yes. This is right. Yes. And we're yeah.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it.
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but we have to prove that. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know Mr. McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. Well, then that's tough, because they already hate me as is. A really cool username? A really cool username. Weren't you here like 3 weeks ago and you said the same thing? I mean, you're right. Don't get me wrong. You're right. But... you were here like 3 weeks ago. We have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. It sounds like a game I want to play. I love the Ace Attorney games, how dare they? They are great. I love them. Great mystery games. And I highly recommend them. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Your statement still stands? I stand by your statement. I'm just saying that I've seen your face around these parts, partner. And that defense argument was flawed based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Listen, if we have to say our defendant committed perjury instead of first-degree murder, I am all for it, okay? I would much rather be convicted of perjury.
chinny.
Could it be that Van Zykes knows? He does. He definitely knows. Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. I don't know why or how he knows everything, because I don't think he's the murderer. But I don't get it. Why does he know everything?
But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
What? Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time.
Eventually, I mean, I guess. Alright, the exact significance of this things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. So we need to summon Gina right now. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. This is tough. What will you do, Ryanosuke? What's the right thing to do here? Ooh. I think we have to have Gina testify. Because even if she gets convicted of us... Listen. What's going to happen is that it's going to come out that we defended someone and got them acquitted when they actually were the murderer. And everyone's going to think that we're evil and we're terrible people and we're just doing this for our own selfish interests. And also Gina's going to be convicted of perjury. But that's the way to the truth. And what are we, if not Attorney Boy Supreme Deluxe? We must find the truth. Have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of this the articles in question once and for all.
Well, things are becoming interesting.
So he's still predicting what we're doing. He knows that now we have a chance, maybe.
I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing.
He knows that McGilda is guilty, and he knows that we defended a criminal. Okay, by the way, how dare thee if you're still here. Mr. McGilda murdered someone 2 months ago, right? But we defended him, not knowing he was guilty, and got him an innocent ruling. And even though he got murdered afterwards, we made an innocent guy be not guilty in court, at least. Which is not a good thing. And that's what he's talking about, the implications. It's going to come out that we didn't get the right verdict.
I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing.
Hi, Payne.
In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
Yes, I do. I have.
Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain that last remark?
Nope, not yet.
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection.
Alright, gamer time.
So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Let me guess, this guy's gonna run away. Mr. Eggert Benedict is gonna go, he's gonna run away. I guarantee it. Maybe. I don't guarantee it. But it's pretty likely that this guy's gonna run away. Bro, you don't even have your hat on anymore. Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait.
No.
You, sir, shall remain on the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
Yeah! Yes! Yes, I stay here. You know something.
As you wish.
Yeah, Mario and Luigi can get out of here. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
Hello, Gina. Snake knows. Snake knows everything, and I don't know why. I don't know how Van Zykes knows everything, because I don't think he's the bad guy, but I don't know how he knows everything. Maybe he is the bad guy. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's Eggert Benedict over here. I think it's this guy. I think the bad guy is Mr. Man right here. But we're going to have to find out. Gina's here. Okay. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in the trial facing each other once more.
Yes. But now we're actually going to solve the case, I assume.
A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
He didn't call me a learned friend. Is that character development? I can't tell. He didn't call me a learned friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. This is the case 2 months ago. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body then being dropped through the skylight onto the carriage below. Isn't it cool how the background case in this final case is a case that you solved? What do you mean? We haven't solved the omnibus case. I mean, we solved it, but we didn't actually figure it out. I mean, you're a part. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the same time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade. You gotta trust me, Gina. I know you're gonna be like, but I don't want to say that. But you gotta trust. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? We need to know. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Why did another guy murder Mr. McGilded? Was it over business things? We don't know yet. All we know is that he got murdered, and we don't know who did it. But we're gonna find out in the next, hour or so. We don't even really know why Mr. McGilded murdered the first guy. We don't really know. We know that he did it. We don't really know why he did it, though. Okay, yeah, that's another thing. So, this prosecutor guy, the guy who looks like Vampire, and who I gave Solid Snake's voice, it's said that when you go up against him in court, whoever is the defendant will die. No matter what, even if you get acquitted and you're found not guilty, that they're gonna die. And our defendant, we proved not guilty, even though he was guilty, and he died. He's dead. So it's kind of, we have to figure out this mystery too. It's that no matter who it is, if you go up against this guy, you will die. And that is clearly some kind of scheme, but I mean, we got to figure it out. And we're gonna figure it out very soon. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Yeah, you need to say it. Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But
remember, little girl.
Yeah, this guy, if you go up against him in court, this guy right here. It's like a folktale almost that you will die. The defendant. Not the lawyer, the defendant.
If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
You would rather have perjury than first-degree murder, though.
And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Artis, we're on your side.
Yes, testify.
Alright then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend
No, he's calling me a learned friend again.
is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it.
Alright, gaming.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus are a sequence of which we have been hitherto unaware.
Alright, Gina.
So, Miss Lestrade, if you will now give your testimony before the court about the evidence of 2 months ago, you will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it, then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zyke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Yeah, because we're gonna get exposed for defending a murderer, which is not exactly a good thing in a court. Or acquitting a murderer. But we didn't do it on purpose. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that Brickmaster Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Brickmaster, okay, yep. Yep.
When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Okay. The Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw that disc on the floor. So it was the Brickmaster's disc. Okay, maybe. Maybe.
All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and a pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when Mr. McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Okay. Alright, gaming.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
Yes, I know. Because I lied. No, I didn't lie. She lied.
As you say, my lord. Then, there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilden's trial.
You did. You definitely did.
It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. No, we weren't.
You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruodo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really snitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable! Stop! The lies have to stop! Stop!
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
He's reducing us. We're not even a friend, we're a student friend now.
Ugh. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
I'm a student friend now.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable.
Okay, sounds good, Ollie.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Alright, gaming. I just finished my Baja Blast and I'm all ready to rumble. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that Brickmaster Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it! And yet you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? Okay. Were they acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say...
Watch, Eggert's gonna go crazy on the next line, I'm calling it.
I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Nope.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
He's just giving us the cold shoulder.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight.
Oh, they were fighting!
I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Okay.
When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Okay, this is important.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but Miss McGillard picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
Okay. What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or what I heard to no one.
So Mr. McGilded murdered someone 2 months ago, and y'all don't know what his motives are. And then you defended Mr. McGilded, whom was guilty, and apparently whoever claimed non-guilty against whatever his name seems to die. So Mr. McGilded got murdered. Again, you don't know why or by who. And what I heard you say earlier is that that rich blonde-looking dude seems to know a lot, and you think he's such. Yes, he's very. Look at him. He's so. They're conferring. Ah! What? They're literally whispering with the police right now. What? Yes, he's super sus. He's literally whispering to the police right now. That's very sus. So Mr. McGilligan is what I heard to say. Yeah, I just kind of got the feeling that when I see his face. So there's a pawn. Also, there's a pawn shop. Yes. So this original McGilded guy murdered someone, and to get rid of the evidence that incriminated him, he told this girl to put the items that incriminated him into a pawn shop, to turn them in, so that they disappear from the scene or whatever. And she had to cover for him, otherwise he'd, like, I don't know, do terrible, he'd, like, I don't know. He probably would have just killed her too, if she didn't cooperate, but he needed her. But, he's dead now, and Gina is telling the truth now of what happened.
He told me not to say a word what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. That way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'll get stuffed with that knife too.
Yeah, he would have, if she didn't cooperate, he would have killed her too. Yeah.
Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of a rapping noise.
A rapid noise? What?
All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went to call the slops.
Went to call the copies.
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Also, if it wasn't clear, this first murder 2 months ago took place in an omnibus, which is basically just like a horse-drawn carriage. And there's like an area that was enclosed, and there's also area that you can sit on the roof. It's like a double-decker thing. The murder happened in the enclosed area. However, there were witnesses sitting on the top area that like saw something, but you know. That's right. Yeah, these dudes were on the roof. They must have been looking down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got out of sight. McGildy got me out of sight. Okay.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. Okay, they went to get the cops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
Yeah. So that left Mr. McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. That's right. Yeah. Only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. Okay, yeah. The driver didn't know you were there. Yep. I heard the cabin door open, had a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
Yep, this guy. That was the driver of the carriage. A fellow
who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Plumie, you might want to get out of here. We're like at the cusp of gaming right now. We're about to beat the game, I think. Thank you for big hundo.
X100.
Let's go. Going away now. Yeah, we're calling back to the case you're on right now, but I will not spoil anything. But you might, if you don't want to be spoiled, you better leave now. Okay. Thank you for a big hundo. Thank you very much. Love big hundo biddies. I'm commanding you to leave. However, thank you. Epic hundo. Huge hundo. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened. Stuff like that, mainly. Okay, so I don't know what happened and stuff. Okay, yeah. That's when McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Okay, yep. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Yeah, everyone gave false testimony. Literally everyone.
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zykes.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He gave it to the driver? Why did he give it to the driver? He folded it up all carefully like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remembered thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yeah. Because she wants to steal it now. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I'm worth several bob. Thank you very much, Ollie. I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. McGill did flash some brass in his face. He even went off running and at a lick. Okay. Then the bog called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Yep. So she disappeared from the scene. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Okay. When is Eggert Benedict gonna go? Because he's gonna. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it. Yep, the ticket.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me 2 months past, said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it
in lug to stop it being forfeited. It left me with some brass to pay for it.
Well, really? Why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Parceling his own overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
Well, he was trying to get rid of the incriminating evidence. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What Mr. McGill had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Yeah, the jacket. It had blood on it. Nothing very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up. Okay, yep. Well done. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Jenny's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? They're talking! They're whispering! Ah!
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yeah! Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something.
Excuse me!
I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Truth is, that Brickmaster Cove was in the car. Can I just, like, pursue them? Just right now? And be like, what are you doing? Because I want to. No, I can't. Can I? No, I can't. I can't. I think I just have to press on a random statement. Can I just, like...
Excuse me.
Sir? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon?
Ugh.
Yeah! What are you doing over there? You're being super sussy baka.
Whoa! Inspector! Mr. Graydon!
What? Blimey, you're trying to get me a heart attack?
You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. That's just mega sus because they're involved. I don't know. Because this guy is involved with the government. I think the government is trying to cover up these murders. I think the entire actual government, like literally the legal system, is trying to cover up these murders and sweep them under the rug. And we're trying to not let that happen. I don't know, though. By the way, I'm not sure it was obvious, but we're in London. We're in England right now, London, which is like Europeans and stuff. The main character is Japanese, and he came from Japan. So he's an outsider, and people kind of look down on him, but he's also not in on whatever shenanigans, or he has no reason to care about the shenanigans that they're pulling here, so he just wants the truth. He doesn't have any allegiance to London or England. I mean, whispering just stood there for quite some time now. What is it? Tell us, what is the discussion about? Yeah, you need to tell us.
Discussion with this fella, pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shitty gent like this?
Yeah!
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough.
So there was no answer to that. They're just whispering.
I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus.
Yep.
A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Okay, that's one possibility. I wouldn't say that happened for sure, though. It could be possible that he wanted the disc from the other guy, and so he murdered him over it. Which proves my point, the disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. Is it Morse code or something? It's Morse code, isn't it? The dots. It's a message. The dots are not a music disc. It's like sneaking a spy message in or something. Because the Dagger Band's a spy, I think. I think he's a... What's on the disc? If they checked anything was on it, something important could be on it. So on the back it says McGilded. It's like property of McGilded. And on the front it has the blood of the white suit guy. But it's a music disc, which is like you put it in a machine and it plucks the thing and plays a song. But that might just be a cover-up, honestly. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've thought about this. What if those dots on the music disc are not to be plucked from music? And when put in a music disc player, it sounds terrible. But that would make sense. Because what if, like, I don't know, what if there was a way to read this in, like, a machine that would give a message instead of a song? I don't know.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them?
Fair.
Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear that Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. Well, I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord! Bailiff? The box. The box.
Evidence, your lordship, requested has been located and ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Box time. Box time, box time, box time. Ooh, box time. Is it gone? Is there no box? Whoa! Zooming in. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. It's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Whoa! But we're not done. To be continued. No. We're not continuing later. We're going now. Gaming is afoot.
And justice never sleeps.
I don't know much about discs like those, but I've had a couple in the past, and I don't remember them having bumps like that one on it. Then again, it was years ago, and this is a game. Yeah, this game takes place in the late 19th century, so like 1890 in London, England. So I do know that music boxes they would spin in like the machine, and there would be like little things that the dots would pluck. Like the dots would be jutting out and they'd pluck like a thing that would make a sound. And if you played them in order, it would create the song. That's how they worked. But what if this is not a music disc at all? I'm thinking this might not be a music disc and it's just made to look like a music disc. That's my theory. This has to be something else. I don't see how else.
There it is! El Boxissimo. This is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Yes. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. I'm willing to bet there's nothing in it. But we'll see. Oh. Oh, it's like a rep. Oh, it is a music box. It is a music box. Maybe.
Good gracious, it's no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Okay. Ugh. Oh, he's nervous. He's nervous now.
Then, is it too much to expect?
Because here's the thing, Daredy. There was a newspaper article this morning that's in my evidence that says, this morning's paper which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. What if the music disc is leaking a government secret with a message on it? And what if this guy's like a spy? That's my theory so far. I don't know. Because it's all too convoluted still. But that's what I'm thinking.
Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
If this plays nonsense, it's a Morse code message and not a music box disc. I guarantee it. Because if it doesn't play a song, that wouldn't make sense.
So we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc upon that Windibanks at much the same time.
Also, it's very convenient that one of the jurors in this trial, by the way, there's people on jury that we barely saw. One of the jurors knows how to read Morse code.
And she knows the guy!
It's all coming together! She knows the witness!
Oh! Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaster was trying to sell the music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will come clear if we listen to the music on the disc box for a little. I don't think it will. I really don't.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at list.
If this does not play music, and it just plays garbled notes...
Hold it!
Oh! Who?
Wait, my lord!
Oh, no. What? We're gonna expose, like, some crazy government secret, aren't we? And, like, he can't have that.
Good grief! What's the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case.
No, they're not, Mr. Potato Boy.
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
No, there definitely is a reason. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
Yeah! Vampire Man's on my side.
But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here.
Yeah! Why are the police trying so hard to cover this up?
But it's a policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored.
Listen, Van Sykes, you're a dick. But, I mean, at least you're like an honest dick.
And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Okay, what is it? What do we got? Gaming? Dude, that's Morse code! It's literally one note! You're telling me that's not Morse code?
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again and in a regular sequence.
The baby? The baby smart?
Yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless.
Stop dancing like that. After all that, the music box is broken. No, it's not. It's Morse code. We have someone on the jury who knows Morse code. They need to read it right now. Broken. It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. It's a message. Well, with much regret. I fear the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. What are you talking? I mean, the game just wants me to figure it out. If I haven't figured it out yet, it wants me to figure it out. But I know the answer. He knows it too. Are you ready to move on, counsel? No. Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. It could be a big clue. A really big clue. I believe it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. Okay. One thing I don't know is what is this message gonna say? Like, what is this gonna say? Because what could be this valuable, this message? I don't know. Well, Graydon stands there chortling victoriously. Chortling?
The inspector beside him has a rather...
No, that's not him. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. He's worried. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Okay, yeah. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music! An unusual genre of music. Dude, I could, in the club, catch me just... yeah. Freeform jazz. One note. Solitude in E minor. Alright, E minor, yeah! Yeah, you know? Okay, not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Yeah, now you're worried. Now you're worried, bud. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Haha! Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. It's like Hurley. Where's Hurley? Isn't he gonna show up at some point? He has to. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. Objection! By the way, Hurley is Sherlock Holmes. Because Sherlock Holmes, but his name is Sherlock Holmes in this game. By the way, Sherlock Holmes is in this game. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. I'm back to Nipponese friend. I'm not a learned friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They got me. I don't know what the answer is. I do! Runo. Just examine the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Yeah. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. I know the answer! It's a message! Ah! He realizes, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one
The one this music box makes.
Yeah. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, is all pointing to a single answer now.
Morse code. Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. For if not, he shall face the wrath of my clapping ass cheeks. Henceforth, tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. It really is. The evidence that explains the true nature of this sound of this music box disc is... Ooh. I don't know. Out of evidence, I know that the juror knows it. True nature of the sound on the music box disc is the evidence that explains the true nature of the box would be what evidence? It's not the music box disc, because that's literally what we're talking about. It's not the stereoscope. It's not the pictures. It's not the gun. It's not the floor plan. It's not the crime scene photo. Check this out. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Dr. Stevens? Who's that? Okay. Oh yeah, I have no idea. What had Morse code in it? Maybe the story? No. No, it's not the legal papers. It wouldn't be this. I mean, it will be this eventually, but I think I'm jumping too far ahead for it to be this. What would it be? The evidence that explains it. It's not the bullet. It's not the Sholmes pouch. Handwritten notes. I don't see any dots or anything on this. Let's just check it out, just in case. So it's not that. I don't think so, at least. Not this. It's not the blood. Am I getting too far ahead? Am I getting... Am I too far ahead of where the game wants me to be right now? Well, I don't know. How are the Baskervilles? Uh-huh. Goblin acquired. Send picture. Otherwise, I don't believe you. The Hound of the Naruhodos. Fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is... The Hound of the Naruhodos. That's me. Pawnbroker's ticket coat. Is there a message? Yeah, I would think that it's this. But I don't know what. No, it wouldn't be this. Ollie, is this super obvious? Because I don't get it. Unless it's this. I could see it being this, maybe. But I feel like I'm too far ahead for it to be that. So what we're trying to find is the evidence that explains the true nature. We're trying to explain how the music disc is Morse code. And we have to do it through evidence. We have to find a piece of evidence in our arsenal that suggests that it is Morse code. It's not the autopsy report. I don't think. No. It's not the crime scene photograph. Guy got shot. That's not that. It's not the crime scene floor plan. No. It's not gun. I don't think it's the gun. This is the gun that was used. This is the other gun that was used. If you don't know the details, don't worry about it. Bro, that's a crazy gun. Yo, fuck that gun. It's not the photograph. It's not the stereoscope. Wait. It might be in a photograph. Is there like a Morse reader in the photograph? Maybe? No. Not this. It's not a stereoscope. You have to pop your two prints in here. Yeah. I know. It's a stereoscope. Stereoscopic. I am at a total loss. Do you want a hint? Is it obvious, Ollie? Is this hard? That's all I want. Because I don't get it.
Take that!
Yeah, this is the only one that makes sense. Okay, fair. This is what I would have guessed.
Today's paper, Council. The headline is, Pawnbroker perishes in pickpocket plunder, hardly supportive of your cause.
Ah, no, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
Yeah, okay. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Yes. She knows Morse code. The juror.
Stop! Oh, me, sir! Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked in the same communications station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? What is it? What does it say?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
What? I don't believe it!
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, Point! There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. That's right, both of them.
you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Yeah.
Order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I half expect you to know.
For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yeah. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, Mr. McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Whoever stole that information in the first place, yeah. AKA Egg Boy! Because the disc were to be discovered before it were found its way out of the... Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country...
It would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. No choice, yeah. He literally threatened us with a gun. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry into the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands.
Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, he knows it.
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Leg! No.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Yeah, if he's lying, counter him.
Ugh. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Ugh. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny and trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
He's thinking.
But then, let us proceed. You may.
Who? Inspector. Inspector did that.
What, it's you? You gotta let us have a rabbit in...
It's Mario and Luigi.
You gotta let us have a rabbit in pork here, governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough till we shell out motherland. To sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Was Greggy actually a bad guy this whole time? There's no way.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Is he actually their brother? There's no way. Okay, witness testimony. Graydon's counter. Okay, this is serious.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
They are! They are Morse code!
It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to that man.
Look, all we done is break in the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, fair. You know what? Fine. I think Van Zykes knows that this guy's guilty now. I think he's known since the start, almost, probably. Who knows?
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
One Mr. Do Governor, what's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
Wait dead, Gov, wait dead.
Okay. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up with all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed.
How is this not enough to prove this guy? Well, it's only highly likely now. It's not... I guess it's not solid proof yet.
Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
A small music box has been entered into the court record. Gaming time.
Cross-examination.
Gaming.
Ooh. Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information.
Why not? I mean, why not? I mean, if you wanted to. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop!
Juror, let me guess.
Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry.
Okay. So you set it up? You could easily, like, send that to someone else than your person. Easily.
And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in presence of an idol. Stop!
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
So he's hella smart. That's fascinating. So he's a really smart Morse code boy.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop! Currently in the presence of an idol. Stop!
Well, your idol...
Your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut.
Okay, is anyone doing anything weird? No, no one's doing anything weird. She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Yes, they are. They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
It's clicks, that's all I know. Oh, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters.
I see. For example, this is A,
and this is B.
Okay.
When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
Yeah. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it's the same and everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds.
So is it Morse code? I don't know. I think it still is. I think it's still Morse code. But we're gonna have to prove it.
So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap.
I bet.
Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Yeah, buddy, alright. Stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? What have I not considered? I'm having a brain blast. Like Jimmy Neutron. Ooh, got a blast! Do I have this in my court record? Yes, I do. Examine. Button. There's a switch. There's a switch.
This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Or isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the cone with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth in the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are the exact same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it's strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, I'm sure. Well, yeah, but like... Is this any different, or is this the same thing? See how the Formagilda disc sits on the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Yeah. Maybe there's a bottom secret.
Bottom secret!
Oh, what is it, Runo? I just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're going to bed? How dare thee? Okay, I highly recommend this game. I know you're interested. There's 5Ks there. Okay, so this game is actually a collection of 2 games on Amazon, or if you were to buy it. This is the end of the first game, and there's 10 cases total that you can solve. So basically, you've been spoiled on 2 of the 10 cases, but there's still 8 out of 10 that you don't know. So I highly recommend it if you choose to pick it up. It's a very good game. But other than that, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night.
Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then. Here goes. Hey. Real shit?
Look at that! There's another movement on the underside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this?
Yes, I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together.
Okay, so let me explain that. So this game I'm playing is a collection of 2 games. This is the final case of the first game. And so the events in the second game is just like a continuation on. So like, is it technically 1 game? Yes, but when it released originally, it was 2 games. So the plot of this game will wrap up in this game, but there's gonna be more later that they're gonna discover. You know what I mean? It's like a, you know, I think you understand.
Yes, I think so. It looks like the 2 movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had 2 discs, they'd probably both play back at the same time.
Go, 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 go. Around, go, around, go. Go, around, go, go.
Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of this box? And this movement's just like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. Oh. So the single tone produced by this movement would be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. The music box can only play two tones. Ollie, is there anything else I need to examine here? I don't think there is. I don't think so. Let me just like check. Like this thing? Nope, not this. So yeah, so while this game is like about over, it's gonna be over in like an hour or two. The second game is just as long. It's like a 20-hour game. No, more than that actually. It's like a 40-hour game almost. 30-hour game. And that hasn't even started yet. Okay, I think... No. What the frick? I thought that... Am I wrong? You're gonna look at me and tell me that I'm wrong? So this isn't updating the court record at all. Okay, I'm gonna keep pressing. I'm just gonna keep pressing. Could there be still something I haven't discovered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection! Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum?
Latin little.
It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Ugh. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, would have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music. Okay, yeah. This is the same thing. Oh, you're right. Oh, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here it goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Okay, well, just in case I'm going to examine this, I would have thought there would be a second movement under the underside of the box. And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. But the movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same, so the single tone produced by this movement will be different than the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Okay, can I just Baba Booey this?
Got it!
Okay, Baba Booey.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Hey!
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Music's bumping right now.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaster. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
He's very upset now.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must. Though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Hold it! So 2 months ago in that omnibus, Mr. McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
It doesn't make much sense though, does it? Yeah, it really doesn't. How would a humble brickmaster come to require secret government information? Maybe he found it?
How indeed.
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Ah, okay. In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Okay.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaster maker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. Hang on, guys, 1 second. I gotta check something. Give me 1 little sec. Give me 1 little sec. I just have to remember if I turned in my assignment, because I just thought about it. I did it, but I'm not sure I turned it in. So if I didn't, I need to turn it in. Yeah, I did it. I think. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. And this well-to-do communications officer. How do they know each other? If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Okay. I gotta look at this right now. There's gotta be a name somewhere. It's his dad! Daddy. Maybe. We'll see. Mason Milverton. Milverton. Okay. Domicile, East End of London, occupation brickmaster. Dependent Magnus McGilded. Yep. Mason Milverton. Okay. Dr. Stevens. Okay, let's keep going.
Huh. You have nothing more to add on that note? Let us return to the witness testimony.
Okay. We got this.
Look, all we've done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Hold it!
Yeah. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else there? Silly me thought he was just popping over natter all them years. Over for a natter all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Ash?
No comment. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You knew him? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Greydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of batties, you know. Surely let's not say Graydon's an old China.
Mario, what are you? Mario, your cheeks are jiggling right now. Oh my god. Oh, dude, you gotta calm down.
Surely let's say Grayson's an old China.
So yeah, they know him. Okay, well, I gotta pursue. Hello, Mario.
Excuse me.
Hello, Mario.
Luigi, what'd you do to your dick?
I put a flashlight on it, Luigi.
That's not what you're supposed to do, Luigi.
Okay, we're just gonna continue. Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Greydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't... Wait, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us.
That's so.
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with
Whoa! I'm Noob 9000. Thank you for the follow.
I was coming up with smart ideas that, like, what never have gone through our heads. Well, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run?
Ah, Milverton! Milverton, that's the Brickmaster's last name.
That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Bro, that looks tasty.
Oh, like the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
What's up, Bal? We're about to beat the game, just so you know. I think. We're close.
Nevertheless, this court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know, could that sentimental story be read about? Yes! Add it to the testimony. I know what it is. I know what the answer is. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement would hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I might add.
Say no more, Skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. What of them were the days?
Okay, Milverton. Hey! His name, the details of the victim, his name was Milverton! Ah! Ah! I know the answer. I know it, you guys. I'm the one who knows it! Okay. Yeah, just saving just in case. Present.
Objection!
What do you mean? Okay, no, am I too far ahead? Do I have to press that too? Okay, well now you're being weird, Judge. I know the answer. It's gonna be like, you have to press this first. Okay, fine. Hold it! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking. But what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Living fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Yo, Egg, check this out.
Egg, it's Mario and Luigi. Check us out. This is incredible. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? Hello, Mario. Yeah, Egg, you're gonna think this Mario is really good looking. Trust me. Oh, he's got cheeks, but I'm not sure in the way you're thinking. And it was just yourself and Mr. Greydon involved. There he is.
Yeah, that's it.
What do you think of Mario and Luigi here, Egg? I would say they're like dollar store knockoffs, but you know what? I still love them dearly. Not as good as Mario and Mario Golf. Yeah, but look at his cheeks. Bellowing. Asking to be smacked. I'm just saying, Egg.
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
Apple. And where did the Milverton part come from? Eh?
Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you have worked that one out.
That's his... Oh, who? Enough of this. No, you gotta say. I know the answer. You're trying to hide it, you sussy baka. You little baka.
How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
I don't... No. It's time to listen to drivel. Drivel time. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Ugh. Tell me, why was it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? What is that ghost game you play in the tunnels and stuff? You mean Ghost Trick, the one that I played like 2 years ago? Where you like become a shirt and you become like pieces of chicken and stuff and you can become objects? Is that the one you're talking about? Or are you talking about like a sewer horror game? Pac-Man. Yeah, that's it. That goes with some small white thing in the tunnels? Hollow Knight? Maybe? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because
It weren't the happiest of homes. It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Greydon then, see? But Ash will always be a Milverton to us.
Thanks, that's all I needed? Egg, what does that mean?
That's all I needed. My master plan has been set into motion.
That's the vibe I'm getting right now. But you know what? Godspeed. Milverton. That used to be your surname, did it?
Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Greydon since I was born.
You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? Okay, bye, Egg. Goodbye forever. Never seen again. Reduced to atoms. Bye-bye.
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It'd be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Greydon.
He's on my side now. Ugh.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very well, yes.
If Ashley Greydon was once Ashley Milverton, that information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Yeah! Ugh. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our next in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Negotiations Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaster who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between these two men somehow.
I know the link. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Yeah, it is those two brothers. Okay, so we present on this one, I think. I'm pretty sure. Let's just make sure. Okay, yeah. We just go back to this one. And then we have to... Ah! That's what we gotta do. Now we present... Alright, present and run it and gun it. And then we're going to go for this. Right? This has to be the answer. I mean, we can look at people. No, we can't look at people. If this isn't it, I don't know. Because this is the only thing that says Milverton, right?
Objection!
Yeah, okay. I was making sure. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? He was being silly. He's being a sussy bugger. Hello, enchilada. Why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Yeah.
Ugh. Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaster.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was a given name. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Eh? Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saint alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaster Mr. Mason Milverton was your father?
Ugh, I don't. As I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Ugh.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in a collaboration with your father.
Ugh.
The spinnies. Yeah. Whoa! Alright. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. But where's the second disc? That's presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. Because people wouldn't know what it is.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal
with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbrokers. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
Ugh. but that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. Where is the other disc? That's what I'm wondering. That same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. The second disc?
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box?
Yeah, he probably already has it. But we're not gonna get that back, are we?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
Well, the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The box. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone. The music box.
That's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained a second disc. The second disc, which the intruder was so desperate to retrieve. Yep, okay. But it needed both. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it could be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Greydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
Maybe. Ugh. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Colonel. Colonel.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. There is? I didn't see it. Oh, shoot. Oh, boy. Whenever I see ... I like to imagine the character saying period, period, period out loud. Yeah, well, that's what they're saying. They're like, dot, 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 dot. That's what they do. Hi, also Abel. Hello. We're about to beat this game. We're about to get the bad guy. And the bad guy is a rich-looking, yee-ass haircut. McGoober. Look at him. He just looks pompous. What? Ah! Yeah, you got shot, dude. 2 nights ago. As we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Greydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
Ugh. He's gonna say, no, it's not.
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves.
Huh?
Fine, I admit it. I was there in the Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As if you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
Okay.
But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
He's still dancing after all this.
As God as my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Okay. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. You were there. Which is, you were there 100%.
Which is?
Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist, yep. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Greydon on the arm. Windibanks, hang on.
bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit Mr. Sholmes, and the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun. Yeah, it hit Mr. Gredon in the arm. But what hit the victim?
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness! Ugh.
That's right, Mr. Gredon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Ah! No music, though. This can't be it. Who? Juror? No, it's him.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? Why? What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did that thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? That you're a spy and that you're a bad guy? And that you're probably going to threaten me with violence now, maybe?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
Why? What?
Ah, are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
No, you didn't. You what? No, you did not. Don't lie. The fries to his right are probably a gun. What, you mean the inspector? Who has a bottomless pile of fries in a newspaper? Because I like that guy.
Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Gredon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here.
This is it.
If this is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
I think he's kind of nervous. But, I mean, what else is he going to do? It's his last stand.
Oh, I understand fully.
Sholmes better save the day or something, because we're not going to be able to get anything, are we?
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Alright. Well, this is it, probably.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Alright, well, I assume this is it, then. Witness testimony. The moment of the shooting.
While those ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When the Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I couldn't see him through the peephole. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Is that it?
I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
No, you didn't. You're lying.
Then she tossed the gun outside the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
You're lying. You're lying because the blood on the jacket is not the victim's.
Ah! Good gracious, this is truly a quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Okay, yeah.
Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither it is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now in an act of self-preservation.
I don't know about that one. The truth.
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
No, she wasn't. You say the blood's...
You say the blood spattered all over the accused coat. Are you sure of that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If the coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Oh, it has blood on it. Just not the right blood.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. I will throw this into the wall. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
No! Because that's going to be the wrong blood!
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Jenny's coat. They test it with their chemicals.
Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. There's blood all over the front of this jacket. We just, it's someone else's blood. We just need to prove that it's someone else's.
Don't move, Jenny. I'm gonna shoot.
Little 10-year-old girl with a gun.
Bang!
There's blood all over it. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Yeah? My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be screwed.
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
We don't have much time, probably.
Of course, my lord.
If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Yeah, we're screwed if we don't figure it out now. The moment of the shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop.
Oh, really? Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just your regular middleman and burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun and shot my friend. Alright, yeah. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
pair of you settling upon the poor... The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Well, dude, they're thieves.
Sorry, Gov.
When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Yep, you got shot. Okay. You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, but I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course.
I'm just making sure no one's being weird.
Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at the exact moment that it happened, but I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the counter on the wall behind you.
So it would appear. And when I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it.
Eh? That might be useful. His blood? Maybe. I don't think so. We already have his blood.
Seeing as I couldn't explain what happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scampered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself inside the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it. You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
Now what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's doors a solid job, made of stout wood.
Yep.
But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Yes, you did.
Hello, Naruto. You're a little close there, buddy. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
What? That didn't... Hold it! There's several reasons why this testimony is bogus, but we'll get to that. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Exactly.
But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her.
What?
Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this is another gun entirely, a third gun.
So it was your gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection! But no other gun was found at the scene, because he took it.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry?
You must consider the evidence the events in order. Okay, at first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
That dude, you literally just said he landed on her. And blood splattered all over you. if he turned and ran and got shot, he's not gonna land on the girl.
Chilling image, I must say.
There's a lot of problems with this testimony.
I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. All over her?
Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying! If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that! But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use this evidence to support our case. Father? We got this, though. I trust.
Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
I bet. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Wait, hang on, I need to reread this. She threw the gun out of the room. Okay, yep.
Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing?
Get rid of evidence?
Couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
I bet.
Colonel! So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I've left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mom sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a... You little toe rag! You're like a ball at a gate, aren't you?
What? What? Why are they fighting? What's going on here?
You're like a ball at a gate, aren't you?
Is no one else in the courtroom noticing this? These people, like Luigi getting, like, choked out? Not really. Hello, Mario. Sir?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. What's going on over there? A tickle fight.
Gregson's like, we're just having a tickle fight. Nothing weird here. Something wrong, Sunshine.
That should be my line. You realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey.
That D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Why didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Grab me whistle, you say? Ace Attorney. Being weird right now. I mean, come on.
I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God blimey!
See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this dude gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
I like potatoes.
I like potatoes. I like, Mario, I'm gonna eat my potatoes out of the newspaper, and they're never gonna stop coming out because I have an endless supply.
My lord! Uh-oh. The test? The test is back. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the course examination! Explain yourself, officer. I have the results. I have the results of the test I was ordered earlier, my lord! The blood on the accused's overcoat. Okay. We can prove it. Thank you, officer. We're gonna be backed into a corner, but we're gonna turn it about. It's gonna be a turnabout, dare I say. We're going to turn our thinking around. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, I do. No, my lord. But, I mean, I should. But, I mean...
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of splattering followed by a gunshot wound.
Wait. Maybe followed by a gunshot wound? But Mason didn't get shot.
End of report.
Goodness me!
Are we gonna have to do a summation examination? Yo, he's so... I'm just gonna say, he kind of got moves.
See, what did I tell you?
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaster from the omnibus case.
Objection! Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nibonese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer?
Gone.
Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
Shut up. I'm cool as hell.
But that was... I'd call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
Oh, how to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help figure the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done!
But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Pirolski to Starving Boy, and he ran away crying. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
He's gonna show up right now, isn't he? He's gonna show up. He has to show up. How could you say that? He's like, you dare sully my name?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Greydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen.
So did he see the original murder? He had to have saw the original murder then. Wait.
In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not over. Oh, come on. We can do it. We can do it. Turn your thinking about, my boy. Are we going to have to do one more summation examination or no? Been a long battle, this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman, As of this moment, sir, this squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men, all for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
But they're not guilty. They're lying. He's lying.
Summation examination. Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
Oh, now you're drinking it? You usually don't drink it. You usually just pour it and sit there and act all pompous.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony.
No!
Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Ugh. We got this. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? I actually don't know how we're going to prove this, but there's clearly a way.
How very distressing.
I think I know who this is, maybe. Is this Dad? No, it's not.
To be held in such low esteem.
No? Father? No? Who? Oh! Who? Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer! You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. The scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
What is Bailiff saying? He's kind of like spitting philosophy and shit right now. Scientific truths are determined not by science, by the human mind. Okay. He's right. He is right. They're trying to distract us. It's not actually science, probably. I know that voice. Oh, there's no fucking way that this is Herlock Sholmes. There's no way that this is Herlock Sholmes. Please. Am I going mad? He's got a fake mustache on. What are you doing down there, buddy? Mr. Sholmes?
What is the meaning of this?
Why is he the bailiff? Isn't that like a crime in its own?
Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in a hospital. As well as I would be. I had not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Ellie, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there.
Dude, this is what Sussy Baka planned this. Sussy Baka's final message.
I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly, haven't spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Dude, he's such an asshole, but such a reasonable asshole. You know what I mean?
Very well, then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
What's up, Hurley? How'd you change?
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
All right? I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots! None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right, modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. The Sussy Baka knapsack!
It's the Sussy Baka... It's the Baka! What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? It's a Sussy Baka wrapping.
A leaving present from Miss Sasato.
From Miss Sussy Baka? From Mrs. Sato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand. I don't get it either.
Miss Sasato foresaw today's events, I believe.
There's no way Sussy is that big brain. She cannot be bigger brain than Iris. Iris is the biggest brain, and she's 10.
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel.
So you've been in the trial the whole time?
Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving presents from Sasato-san. Whatever could it be? Yeah, what the heck is this? It's like a cookie.
The cat door!
The cat door gun? Where's Wagahai? Where's Wagahai? That's the we haven't discovered that yet. What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah, is Wagahai gonna prove the trial? Hello, Goblin. Hello. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love little Wagahai. Meow meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper mat. What's up, Confirmation? How was your Hitman, I assume? That's what you're playing. Friends, we're at the very end of the last trial of this game. Yeah, if you don't want to be spoiled on this game, leave now. I'll give you 10 seconds. Because we're at the end of the game. Well, Confirmation, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Sometimes I lurk in your stream. I need to actually chat some of these times. Because Hitman's such a cool game. I need to actually, like... I don't know. You know. I'll try to actually talk next time I'm watching. Or lurking. But thank you for the raid. And you have a good night. Go do your work. I'm gonna keep playing. But appreciate you. I call it the cat flapper mat. I can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Cat flap? There's no way this case is gonna be solved with a cat flap. What's Sussy up to?
Miss Sasato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
Why would she say that? Why would she say that? She's so cool. She's so cool, though. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Are we gonna do a logic and reasoning extraordinaire in the courtroom? I just realized something. Or logic and reasoning spectacular? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
At night, when you left Miss Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose.
Sussy is gonna... How did she know? Sussy's gonna save the day?
That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic, then. Was the flap not in the door?
Was there no flap? Hang on. Let me think about this. Okay. That's all we need. We got 5 minutes.
Colonel,
Gone.
your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. If there was no flap in the door, then she couldn't have seen it.
I'm grateful for you affording us this brave recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Oh.
Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination.
Maybe.
But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
Oh.
I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. Come on. My lord, the defense requests. Ooh. I think we request a summation examination. No? I don't know, it's just a... Like... You can't really tell at this point. I don't know. Not this one. But it could be a further cross-examination, or it could be a summation examination. Let's see what they said. Ah. What do you do? I think... Oh, it could be either. I don't know. I assume it's a summation examination. I'm gonna guess that. I think, but just in case everything goes to literal shit, I'm gonna save real quick. Now it's come to this, my only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
What of Miss Sasato's gracious gesture?
I mean, I don't see how I was supposed to know that, but, I mean, it's clearly one of the two. I just think it would be epic, or more epic of a case ending, if it were a summation examination, but you know what? Actually, you're probably right. The breakdown of the witness would probably be better.
Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste?
Final piece of...
This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness.
But it's not possible for me to bring new witnesses to the stand at this point. Are we gonna get the cat? I don't think that's what Hurley means, Runo. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? Aha!
The defense has nothing more to add. I think we should proceed to the adjudication.
Hold it! Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
We're not cross-examining a new witness. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What?
What's up, Aiden?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination!
That was Herlock. It's so funny.
Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. That's right!
That's right, it did get suspended. We haven't finished it.
I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord. Well, why'd you do that, Aiden? That sounds very naughty of you.
So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Ugh. I remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
One? The unlimited penalty?
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance? Oh, we're screwed.
If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous.
It's over.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's time I fell in a dead faint.
Is he just gonna...
I leave this in your capable hands.
But... Mr. Shams! Ah! No, he's fine, he's fine. We got this, we got this. Well, we know what the piece of evidence is. The piece of evidence is clearly the cat flap. But the statement is going to be, I saw him through the peephole, probably. I assume.
Stand so
Insouciantly? Insouciantly? What?
before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel. Are you fully prepared?
I'm ready. It's time. It's time for the great pursuit. The Niko Man pursuit. It's time for Eggert Benedict to get his eggs scrambled. Alright. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris, or Sussybaka. Yes, here. Smacky! And I won't waste this final chance that Sasato-san has given me. This is gonna decide the entire outcome of this trial. Gamer time.
Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume your cross-examination.
Okay, I really don't want to get this wrong. I'm a little scared. Because the game, I get a game over if I get this wrong. The moment of the shooting again. Ooh! Reasoning battle? Oh shit. New music. For this case.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop.
No, it's not that.
When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Nope, those are good.
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Maybe?
The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole.
Oh, they... Hang on. We need to examine this cat gun. Whoa! Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip apart through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time. And what are the two parts at the top there? Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it that, what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flap mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Ogahai's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
This just in. Iris commits war crimes. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put in my guess. And I'm gonna lock it in, and I'm gonna have Ollie tell me if I got it right before I present it. And if I get it wrong, I am a complete failure. But I'm not gonna present it and actually have the game give me a game over, because that would waste too much time. And I don't want to go back. It kind of looks like a Fwagi, though. So here's what we're gonna do. The evidence is very clearly the cat Flap-A-Mat. It can't be anything else. It's the cat Flap-A-Mat. But the statement... Oh, we have multiple tries. Never mind. Never mind. We have 3 tries. Alright, never mind. Alright, here we go. I thought they were like, oh, you only get 1 try. Okay, so let's look at... It's either the 6th or the 3rd. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole. So I picked it up and made my escape. Out of the peephole? He was looking in the peephole. How would Sussy have made this this quickly, though? I saw the blood spatter all... Nope. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I pursued the man, but he shut himself inside the storm. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. I believe that, because he did kill him through the peephole, I think. It's got to be the 6th statement and the cat door. I do be Scooby-Dooby thinking right now. Nigga, I want you to outline what you think Sussy did with the cat Flap-A-Mat. I literally have no idea. She's the one that put the peephole there in the first place? No, because that wouldn't make sense, because it was there on the first day. Before the crime even happened. Was it? But that wouldn't make sense. I encourage you to check some evidence. The pictures! The pictures! Ah! There's no gabagoo there! There is a gabagoo! Wow! Right in front of you the whole time! Wait, what time was the crime committed? 1:30, that's when Gina went in. It was right there the whole time! The kitty cat goblinization machine! I think it was... I still think it's this statement. No. No. Because you couldn't have seen her, period. That actually does create like a huge contradiction in the case, though, because you would have seen it in the stereoscopic image that we looked at earlier, but whatever. It's fine. Okay, we need to check, when did this guy die? When did he die? Where's the autopsy report? Where's the autopsy report? Time of death, 1 to 1:30. At least the song's bumping. It's clearly the cat Flap-A-Mat. I don't know. It could be this one. It could be the 6th statement. I don't freaking know. I don't want to get this wrong. I want to get this right.
Aren't cat doors, are they one-way doors or not? I don't know, the one Wagahai came out of looks like a one-way door. It's this one. It's this one. You couldn't have seen him.
Objection! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat Flapper Mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room.
Is this seriously the final piece of evidence? Like, really? I mean, I love it.
It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really, you little sassy baka?
You little baka, you're about to go down. You better go down.
If it's not Lord Van Zyke's cheeks that's gonna get you,
It's gonna be me. Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Use you?
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. Wouldn't Gina remember this? She'd be like, yo, someone just cut a hole in the wall? No? I don't know. She was passed out? Okay, whatever.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene of only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winderbank had taken place.
That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
That's right. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
But it wasn't there, at first. Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. Schlappy. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in that storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. Yeah! Ollie, did you notice this on your first playthrough that there was no thing? You didn't, right? Because I didn't notice.
Objection! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole on the door was?
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your judicial assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. It couldn't be possible.
Ugh. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what the witness saw through the peephole in the storeroom.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
That filthy girl shooting, yeah. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Ugh. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. So is this trial over or not? I'm confused.
Order! Is there any credible evidence in this revelation?
Objection!
Leg?
No.
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir. I do have the image.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that a plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner. Waggy, my little beepy. Hello, Goblin, my man.
So handsome. So fresh, so tasty. Look at this handsome boy. That is my man. All cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon. Hella ass. The sun is still out. And he's just looking like this.
Meow. Hello, Waggy. Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks was made by your machine.
No, it does.
And there's no way you can prove it was.
Well, we're gonna find a different way to prove it, but I'm pretty sure you could just compare the size of the cutty thingy to the size of the hole and it would prove it, but whatever, you know.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper-mat creates are all of a fixed size.
Oh, that's what I was saying.
And the dimensions of the peephole at Windibanks are an exact match. Oh, Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that is true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
At 1:30. After the crime.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
The door picture.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
All right, Lloyd Van Zykes, I'm about to drop my entire ass on your face. Whoosh. Gonna be like an explosion, fiery everywhere. Your ass. Lord Cheeks is about to get his cheeks clapped. It's gonna be the other way around.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Runo.
I'm not.
This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sasato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. She kind of is the literal MVP of everything.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windibank storeroom was created after the event and not before.
I assume it's this picture. You might be able to present this one too. I assume it's this one though.
Take that!
Take that! What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
Pursuit, maybe. A judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Yes! Girl bosses everywhere. She's crazy. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. Dude, there's no way she could have thought this far ahead.
And the necessary proof is that photographic print, counsel.
This
This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again.
There's no peephole.
I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole on the door. Hey. In other words, your testimony 360 is a catalog of lies. Breakdown? That was a big spin, and now he's just over there. Alright.
Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
Fallacious? It's a fun word.
That's not the only thing we know we now know beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay.
My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene.
What the frick, dude? You're so stupid.
But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Dykes. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
You couldn't see him.
Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
You are such a pompous piece of crap. Oh, please. No! Do I have proof? I don't know how we're gonna nail him. I thought the door would do it. He couldn't have seen him. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
What? They say that? Also, Waggy's gone. Again. Just gone. Gone from the courtroom. Never seen again.
Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another.
Oh, wait.
That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
That's kind of funny. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't make sense. What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... the bloodstains on the coat. There's no way you can know about that. I was just gonna say, how could you know he was running away and that she shot at him? He fell on her, or they rolled around in blood or whatever. I don't freaking know. It's this one. Just in case. Big save. Just in case. Just in case. A huge save. It's the bloodstains on the coat. You couldn't have known this, dude. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrange's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously because I saw her do it through the people in the...
Is he this stupid? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that you knew things you shouldn't have known. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Now let me ask you a simple question. How did you know? How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? That's right. I mean, that is another way to phrase it, sure.
What? Well, obviously I... Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course, The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so that we get through them all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. I mean, he was there the day... No, he was there before. That's right. He was there before. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. How did he know about the peephole? The fact is that its existence forms... So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. How did he actually know? That's actually really confusing. Because if Sasato put the thing on after the crime was already committed, which she did, then how could he have known? He left and he didn't come back.
Objection! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Dykes?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
There's no way. No. Gregsy's not a bad guy. I don't think. Maybe. I doubt it. Fucking Mario and Luigi are just standing over there like goobers.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. Ugh. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Yeah, how did you know? I actually don't know. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by some... Gregsy's a bad man?
Objection! Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yeah. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. They've been whispering the whole time!
Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Greggy! What are you doing, Greggy? You can't do that, Gregzo.
Take that!
You can't be doing that. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. No wonder Gregson was, like, beating up the other dude because he said too much.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess.
Well, the police...
Well, the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, he didn't know. He knew nothing of the people, yeah. It was only once Mr. Grayson was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. That's right.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information.
Yeah, they were whispering! What do you mean?
That he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, huh? I was summoned here to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess.
I'm thinking right now. My brain cells are going. They're talking to Morse code right now. Okay, we got this. We got this. I'm thinking.
Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions would possibly...
They literally did! Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jenny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. They were whispering and shit, and I don't know why. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Grayson and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. Okay, yeah. It wouldn't have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. It would have been possible.
You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Why would I do something like that?
I don't know, money?
Why would I be giving away confidential details to the like of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had reason to do something like this for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it started to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
Objection! It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Okay, I actually don't know. I have to think about this. I have a couple guesses. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for.
Oh, I know! I know what it is! Oh, I know!
What would affect his reputation? What is the only thing that is promoting him to Inspector? It's the stories of who? Sherlock Holmes. Having Gregsy in the stories. Making him a good detective. Who knows? What do you think it could be? It's Iris's story. Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
It's the story! A long, unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Windermere, titled The Hound of Baskervilles. This could make or break the reputation of Gregsy. So he needs it. Take that! Take that! This, my lord. This shows exactly what the deal between these two men was all about. What? Was it? Well, Inspector? What do you have to say? Oh, I got it wrong. Never mind.
Oh, yes. Fries.
Dear me, it would appear this answer has in no way satiated your appetite. Alright, well, shit.
Some of that bite should be directed at my learned friend, I feel.
I'm very surprised at Gregsy.
There must have been a compelling reason for him to...
There must have been a compelling reason for him to give away a case secrets like that.
Well, what's the most important thing to the Inspector? His reputation.
Well, most Scotland Yard inspectors that I know would put nothing above their duty to policing.
It's related to the Inspector and his duties, I wonder.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Okay. He cares about policing and his reputation. So what would it be? The other disc? No, let me read the must press you. Okay. Very surprised at Gregsy. There must be a compelling reason for him to give away case secrets like that. Well, what's the most compelling thing, most important thing to the Inspector? What could he have? What could have motivated him to do it? Who put nothing above their duty to policing. Is it the newspaper? Maybe this? I only have 2 shots left of this, so I gotta be careful. Okay, I'm gonna think on it. I'm gonna take a little pee break. Give me a second, guys. Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this. I only have 2 tries. I'm not going to reset. I have to get this right. I'm going to go back to, like, the first thing. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. Asked for! So it was an item. Demanded of the witness in return. What did the witness have? What does the witness have? What does Eggert Buttcheek have? What does he have that he could give to Gregson? Oh, this is hard. I don't know. What did he have? Hello, Samuel. Hello, Mario. Samuel, I'm trying. This is like the last thing of the game, and I'm stuck. And I only have 2 lives. I only have 2 chances at glory. And I'm scared. This is it. Oh, what did he have? What did the witness have that he could have given Gregson? The witness had something. What did he have? I mean, he had, the music box, maybe? The second, no, because second disc? No, he wouldn't give that up. Dude, I don't know. Ollie, how obvious is this? I might be overthinking it. Don't give me any hints, but how obvious is this? I'm trying to think, because it's not the story. It's gonna be the story really soon. Kinda obvious? I have no clue. What would the witness give to Gregson? The witness give to Gregson. Not Gregson give to the witness give to Gregson. I have no idea. What can Graydon give to Gregson? What can he give to Gregson? Like, literally, like, there's no other possibility. It's the only thing he could give. Not that. It's not this. Let's just go by process of elimination. It's not the cat flapabat. I don't think it's the music box. I really doubt it's the music box. The third bullet, no. Sholmes' pouch, no. No, because Graydon didn't have this. It couldn't be that. It's not a stereoscope. What the heck, dude? I have no idea. I don't know. Am I supposed to know? You expect me to know such things? I don't know. Okay, let's just go by process of elimination. It's not the pictures. He couldn't have given the pictures. No. The third gun? I guess he could give him the third gun, but that's not evidence. Oh, I don't know. Dude, I don't get it. This should be super obvious. It could be the paper. He gave him the secrets, maybe. I don't know. Notes collated by Mrs. Sato about the McGilly case. You want a hint? Is my rambling on the right track at all? Because all I'm saying is that I don't see anything that he physically could have given to Gregson. I don't see anything. I mean, the only thing I can think of is he could give him the second disc. But the second disc is not a piece of evidence. We only have the first disc. I think... Oh, God. The only thing he could have given him was the second disc. That's the only thing he had that Gregson wanted. I can't think of anything else that he would have. Maybe the secrets. That's the only thing. Your logic is sound? Well, what do I present? This makes no sense! There's no second disc in here! I can either present the music disc, or I can present the small music box. What's the closest thing to a second disc? This? This is what I present? Really? This. Okay. Just in case. Just quick Savaroni and cheese right now. It's gamer time. It's gamer time. Gaming Goblin.
Take that!
Wow. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, it is not true that you've been Is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? He has.
What? What are you getting at now, sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Yeah. The class. Maybe I could have presented the newspaper too, because I was on the right track. The secrets. He wanted the secrets. That's all he wanted. The classified secrets are being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. Yeah.
Huh?
So I put it to you, Inspector. In order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Grayson in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. Hey!
You little... Ah!
His fries went everywhere.
Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking whatever it is of Mr. McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. We'll hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? The Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court,
He freaked out.
you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. That sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal the confidential details of the crime scene to the witness.
He did.
To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men.
No!
Yeah, they were literally whispering.
Objection!
Oh.
If And I stress if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Yeah, Eggert Benedict has the disc. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's this supposed to mean, huh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say
Inspector
Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes! The defense demands that the inspectors searched at once. Definitely! They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jenny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. That's why he was trying to get out of here. He's like, I gotta get the hell out of here. And they were like, no, you stay right here. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Excuse you?
However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
He got rid of it. He got rid of it on Luigi. He was like, I got you, Luigi. Slipped it in his pocket.
I presume you're aware of the principle in which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
Okay, bro, you gotta chill. Because I'm right. That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
Okay, it's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. It was never explained why he was gripping on Luigi so much. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well. Counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. Search someone else. It's gotta be this. Luigi. Luigi has it. I'm telling you. If I choose to search him, it's gonna be either he's gonna find nothing. He wouldn't have volunteered that. He got rid of it. Oh, I don't... Search someone else. I'm confident. I'm confident. It's Luigi. Luigi has it. Inspector Luigi. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical nipper-knee stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide.
It's not you, though.
Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
No objection. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, it's not on you. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
No, I'm not. Look at how confident I am.
Be quiet, all of you!
Judge? Who is this? Oh, it's Iris.
Bruno's doing all what you told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Is that the British way, Iris? I don't know about that.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
Yo, BBX, we're about to crack this case wide open right now. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
It's on Luigi. Luigi has it. I know he has it. If he doesn't have it, I'm screwed. If he doesn't have it, I am actually. Whoa! I'm so not okay. Literally, during one of the cross examinations, Gregson all of a sudden grabbed Luigi and was like strangling him. And then when we asked him, "Why are you strangling him?" He's like, "Oh, no reason." I think he got rid of the disc on him. I think this is my theory. It's Luigi. It's gotta be Luigi. Okay. I gotta think this through one more time. If they made a deal, it wouldn't be on Eggert Benedict. It wouldn't be on Blonde Boy. It wouldn't be on Gregson because he was so confident that he's like, "Oh, search me." Niko, you're wrong. I have it. It couldn't be on Mario because, I don't know, nothing's happened to Mario in a long time. But it could be on Luigi.
The final evidence
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never!
Me? Him? Their animations are so funny.
Very well then, bailiff! Restrain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Yeah, Gregson's not gonna like that.
Please, my lord.
Inspector!
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
No.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Sykes!
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search!
It's on Luigi! He doesn't know he has it.
Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing.
I really don't think he knows he has it.
Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
I don't think he knows.
Ah!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket! I found this!
Oh! The pee-pee poo-poo! Second disc.
Good lord, that's... another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded.
The 360! Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
I don't think he did. He got it planted on him.
No. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this and the witness. And this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was the man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But he lost his composure like twice in this trial.
But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. He just started strangling Luigi!
I don't recall what unusual behavior.
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Hey, I admit to nothing of the sort.
Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did that and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall off clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. What the blazes did you mention the third... Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
Huh. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide that disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hit it!
You.
But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. He had to do it on the down low.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secret leak from the ministry. And do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush-hush, top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that the information were to be revealed in court as evidence. It would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
I know, I love Ace Attorney BBX. It's such a good series. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
What does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket.
It was all a pretense.
Ugh.
Yeah, what about you, Graydon?
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
No, probably not.
Admit to it, yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon!
Clearly our eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination.
However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
What do you mean? But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But it is all I admit.
You...
Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of this is young eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of it is about.
Dude, is this... Okay, how are we gonna nail this guy? There's no... It has to come back to the story. Iris' story has to come into this somehow. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? He's gonna say no.
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. Huh. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public in this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Barely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of our queen and country, I must say that I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Well, even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at the case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Great and his highly skilled operator, stop! Currently in presence of idol, stop!
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson? If they declare their decision right now... Is Jenny gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he had struck a deal with the witness. Which one's possible? Probably the second one, to be honest. We could force Gregson. The story! It'll ruin his reputation. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. So it's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. We've said that like 4 times, but who do I present evidence against? Gregson? Or Graydon? Okay, let's reread this just to make sure. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness. Dude, oh, this is going to be so hard. Which one can I prove? Do we have proof that Graydon killed Windibank? I don't think we do, because he was like, I don't have to say anything. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna scroll back up to when Gregson was talking. Or no. I need to scroll back up to when Graydon was talking. Yes, I lied in my testimony, I admit, so sentence me accordingly. That's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. Oh, I don't know if I can prove that. Dude! But here's the thing. In an Ace Attorney game, if it's in the court record, it gets used at some point. And here's the thing. What piece of evidence, out of all the evidence we have, has not been used yet? It's the freaking story. You keep thinking the story will be significant? What do you mean is it not significant? What do you mean, Ollie? Of course it's significant. I mean, we don't know why it's significant. What did I tell you at the start of the chapter? That it has nothing to do with the Hound or Baskervilles? Listen, Ollie. Okay. I gotta have a brain blast. I don't know. This is it, though. There's nothing else after this. I can almost guarantee it.
Oh, dude, I don't know. It's not blackmailing Gregson. Okay, well, it's not the manuscript. Okay, it's not the manuscript. Okay. Let's read this again. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to go. This is it, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I have not presented to the court. This is something I have not presented. I don't know. Ollie, is this obvious? Did you get this right away? Don't tell me what it is, but did you get it right away? I feel like during my playthrough of this case, I have simultaneously seen so far into the future and been so stupid at the same time when it comes to presenting things. Okay, I'm reading. Members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when you're making your decisions. Justice? Gregson is acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. Why is justice highlighted? I don't know, dude. That's a badge? Alright, I got you. If I don't manage to produce either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson to admit he struck a deal. To force him. He would have to have no other choice but to evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness. This is so hard. I don't know. Does anyone know that's not Ollie? Look at court record. Okay. That either proved he stole the secrets or killed someone, or that will force Gregson to act. Okay. Why don't we just play the second music box? Why don't we have both discs now, why don't we just play it? Would that force him to act? Would that force Gregson to act? I'm not looking at chat. Never mind, I am. Okay, I'm going with Greggy. I'm going with Gregor. Inspector Gregson. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Oh, what's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. We have both this. Just play the thing. I'm thinking so hard. I can't think of anything else. Fuck it.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McKinley's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place and ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Was that really that obvious though, Ollie? Because I don't think that was. I don't know. It's just like, yeah, but listen, this would all be so much easier if there was just a piece of evidence that was the second disc. I would have known it right away. And it was, remember the same thing earlier? I was like, oh, but the music box isn't the second disc. I don't want to present that. If there was because I got stuck twice on the music box presenting because it wasn't the second disc. Only this time. Spin! With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Yeah.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel!
Hold it!
Yeah, you can't do that.
No! Wait, I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why!
Objection!
Not true, Inspector.
Uh,
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message.
Duh.
We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now that we have the chance to confirm that theory.
we're crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here! If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason!
Yeah, so don't. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Well, he's not part of the British government. Let's not forget, Inspector, that a Scotland Yard officer leaks confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie in court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you determined to do your duty. You're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare!
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Whoa! My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
There it is! Oh, I gotta give a quick one. Hang on. Hang on. Just a quickie for the road.
I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No!
Is he gonna admit it or no?
Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box set in operation once more. Listen as this music box is set in operation once more.
Is he gonna let it happen? This time with
the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Is he gonna let it happen?
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now.
I assume it's the jury number 5.
It's Morse code!
Hold it!
Alright, I admit it! Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up!
Okay. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
Luigi's not feeling too good right now. I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
Justice.
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst! You there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. But how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable but will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances.
Yeah, we're just letting him bleed. It's no problem. He's doing great.
So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. I mean, to be fair, Nix, also, hi Nix. He got shot 2 days ago, and he hasn't seeked out medical attention since. So if he's not dead by now, he's probably not gonna die, but, you know, still, like, what the hell? By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. And yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. Yeah! Wow! Boy!
Yeah! You!
Oh! Oh my god! Traitor! Traitor! What is this, Star Wars? Oh my god! Is he gonna kill him? No. What the hell?
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
Is he okay? Is Gregson okay? That's it then. It's all over. Dude, is it over? Please tell me it's over. There's no way it's not over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Well, I'm not gonna feel bad for you now, but, I mean... So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Money? A lot of money? What do you think?
Ugh. Since it's obvious, because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life
in the slums still wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone has ever lived, who ever lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. McGilded? Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Hello, Lucky Charms man. You're a fiend with a core talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
So we got dragged into it. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
That was a pretty good way to conceal it, I'm not gonna lie. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Damn. You just went back to use your dad to make a music box?
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was different. He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. The poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music. He wants to sell it to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
Hey. That's how I had to make the two discs.
Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. That is probably a good idea. First involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal. The exchange of the second disc. Yeah. Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seemed he became reluctant to part with his money.
So you just killed him? That's the McGilded. Like, dude, you can't do that.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Well, why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Middleton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
I received the 10,000 guineas after my first... with 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGilded. I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. That was very nice of you. My father realized something was amiss. Yeah. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
"Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, you understand?
Aww.
Otherwise I won't take your money anymore."
Don't get me wrong, this guy's still an asshole, but it's kind of like way better than McGilded. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc. Take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what he was actually on the... He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Damn. McGilded really is, like, pure evil. Oh. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. Ooh, spinny. To exact revenge. He killed McGilded! He's the one who killed McGilded! I don't know how! I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he set that omnibus on fire, but he's the one who did it. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. I don't understand how Van Zykes knows this, though. He knows so much, and yet it just, like, never comes up. Like, he's not connected. He always knows. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. Huh? The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. It was, that's true. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. Who? If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had showed me that. Who did you hire? Who set it afire? It wasn't Van Zykes. The people who were there were Van Zykes and the judge. And a bunch of bailiffs. Or not, yeah. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered justice that monster deserved. Damn. How'd you do it, though? That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. You'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
He paid a bailiff? Probably Nyx. I don't know, because I haven't played the second game, and I'm pretty sure that's where you're going to get to the meat and potatoes of things, but in this game, he's just kind of a vampire.
This officer, 'tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. You're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
Then he got locked in. It's that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. An imposter hired by me. Damn. McGill had used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. Threatened the witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside, and I sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Damn, that's ice cold. Well, it'd be really hot since he's in hell, but you know what I mean. An eye. Oh, an eye.
That's how I avenged my father's death. Damn. That is metal as fuck. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
The disc? Yeah. You should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There's indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago.
There was no mention of the first disc 2 months ago.
Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded.
Oh? Oh.
This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this?
Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one's like an extremely secure vault.
Alright. Damn, so McGilded just scammed the crap out of him, kind of. Not really, in a way. So I knew that if I had taken steps to hide the disc... If he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. That's right. And on that night he killed my father. He must have entrusted the ticket to someone. That's right.
I kind of feel bad for this guy, but at the same time I don't. He was kind of forced to do a lot of what he did. He got involved into a bunch of shady shit, and then he was like, well, I have no choice now. So, I don't know. I remember now. When we first met you at Winterbank that afternoon 2 years ago.
He got involved in McGilded, yeah. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How'd you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right, yep. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music disc with the second... the music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast. Yeah, you just got choked out.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. We started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in that pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare.
While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter. Scratching? I'd located the music box I'd sold to Miss Gilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
Bang! Baba Booey. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night. Just in case. Bro, just run away. You got what you wanted. Just run away. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. Then I'd already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Bro, this could have been avoided. A lot of it, big parts of it couldn't have been avoided. He was kind of forced to do some bad shit. But you killing the guy, you could have just not shot him. You had your disc. You didn't need to shoot him. I mean, to be fair, your life was in danger. So, I mean, you know. Are we going to change everyone to not guilty? All the jury?
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony.
It was 1890s. Yeah, therapy didn't exist. I gotta go, Nico. I'll see you later. All right, Bal. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. You have a delicious evening.
What you have done is exactly the same.
I would not put him on the same level as McGill did. Van Zykes.
You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Kind of. Yes, I think I have. If he wasn't already, he was well on his way to. Alright, verdict. Never say delicious evening again. Why not?
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets.
He's gonna be put to death. Damn. All right, dude. That's crazy.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defense. Defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now? The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You'll now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
I like how the revolutionary is just casually juror number six, and we just don't mention
that he's a revolutionary on the run right now.
Ha! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Sussy was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
I don't know about that.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me for that like that for? You're gonna be charged with perjury, dude.
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
Sussy? Yeah, Sussy Baka.
You also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained the message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard.
So I caught even him off guard, so he didn't know everything. Van Zykes knew a lot, but he didn't know everything.
In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast.
Dude, you literally hate me. Don't propose a toast to me now.
To demanding that the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. That was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he had done, so... If I may say something on that point, who? Isn't that... who?
It's, about this... about the sound...
No, is...
It's about the sounds that produced by the music box before. Do you wonder if that was really Morse code at all?
Huh? What? What are you saying?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much that the whole word seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
Eh? What do you mean? Were we bluffing this whole time without even knowing it? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to this music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilden conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
No, we do. I guess, but like, come on, man. But it's gonna bother me. Yeah, exactly. Iris is big thinking right now.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That what you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Yeah, it meant something, Nix. I don't know.
Come on, ain't nothing I didn't see most days back in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Damn. Gina kinda raw. Just metal.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. Got to change how you are yourself. Yes.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
I'm sure she wants the same.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, the proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade
Not guilty! Oh, no, 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 no! Victory screech!
Okay. Gun.
Ooh! Ooh! In the courthouse. I don't know if we should be doing that.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Well, there's a whole ending cutscene, I assume. We'll see. I know the game's over. Oh. But it's not over. It's just us two. What are we doing here? Does he respect me now?
On a personal note, I must say that you've surprised me and my ass cheeks, my far eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client.
Okay, so he's still racist, but he's like, oh, you're one of the good ones. No, like, dude, shut up.
You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. Yeah! Remember, don't be racist. Ben Zykes. Stop it. Don't be racist. I am a building. Yeah, that's a classic video.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason.
Yeah, I want to know. What is it? What is it?
To lock swords with you once again here in this courtroom.
Why do you want to lock swords with me? I don't get it. You did.
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
Ooh? What? So he didn't hate Japanese people inherently. Someone betrayed him to make him feel like that?
Through you, I'd hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
Okay, this isn't gonna make total sense. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Yes, Kazuma had a mission. He's a samurai on a mission, Swiler. And I don't think we're gonna find out that mission in this game, sadly.
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
So we're not gonna know yet? Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
Okay.
So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
So he doesn't hate me. He's just like kind of resenting. Well, he did at first. I don't think he does anymore. But I don't think he like really likes me either. 17th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? And where's Wagahai? Where's my little pee-pee goblin? Ah.
Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up until the end. It was as hard as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Ugh. No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. That's right, that is true. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone, and I paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. You'd never let me down? Bullshit, Ollie. Bullshit. Trusting in someone else really is an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you that it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. In DGS2, I assume you've played through all these, Nix, right? Also, I assume DGS2 wraps up all the loose ends. And this, because technically we're only halfway done with the story. Technically, you know what I mean? Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Crying out loud, Packetin! But I suppose, sort of feel the same way. Thank you, Ginny. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke.
My man!
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean.
Kazuma.
Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who? Who? Well, that's not a good look. Holmes? Yes. I was gonna say it's Holmes. If a character ever makes that face, you know it's Holmes. Or Sholmes, you know what I mean.
But what the deuce does a man have to do to get noticed around here, my dear fellow?
Ah, that voice.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Ah,
Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, it was me all along, you see.
He's funny. Just change his outfit, alright. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Alright. Oh.
I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a very fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So great detective you are. Been as cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
We've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, that's true. Though I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel.
What is he asking me to do right now? Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Shaw?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Yeah, you're killing it, buddy.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Was anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact.
Yeah, but that wasn't the work of the Reaper. That was the work of Egbert Buttcheek.
But of course, I pay no attention to such a rational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God?
What is this, religion in my game?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, alright? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that big bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper is taking matters in his own hands and claiming lives is another, yeah.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give me a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here?
Yeah, Hurley's dead.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just dressed as a bailiff.
She's so short, she's 10.
But those don'ts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
Sad. I'll be careful.
Ouch. Oh, Gina's short. Gina's 17. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Compared to fucking towering Herlock Sholmes, who's a grown man, compared to a 17-year-old woman.
Anyways, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the bog trotter's stuff what was in the log, blah blah blah?
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. Yeah, okay.
But diving ain't an offence, it's a job, innit?
I don't think so. Coin.
Still, it's got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Odo? That's my name now? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. Gotta do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that'll make a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Oh, sad. Well, not sad, happy, probably. Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade!
Who?
The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with us to the rear gate at once.
Prison carriage? Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Bye-bye, Ginny. Adam. Odo. Yes? Gun. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Woo! Hat off. Thanks, Odo. Aww. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. You know what that sprite reminds me of? That reminds me of the second game in the final case. When Adrian Andrews smiles. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again.
Well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and there's trials all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't that wonderful? It's pretty good. You should have shown this to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me! Oh, but anyways, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you mean? Isn't the good news gonna be like, it didn't rain today? Well, what do you say, Bruno, Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There was a record level of rainfall, apparently. That's awesome. That's fantastic, Iris.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news? You're being deported. Get out. The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately... Wait, Sussy's still here? What? She's been at the docking station for a long time? You may still be able to make it in time to wave Sussy off.
Sussy baka.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Jones?
I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner.
Ooh.
I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
Soleil? I don't. The great detective does it again.
Indeed, he does! I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary!
It's an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Yeah, probably should do that.
What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria.
Alright, let's go time. Are we going to the docks, or where are we going? Office?
The dock! Is Sussy gonna be here?
My little imposter.
Is my little imposter gonna be here? That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Sussy's boat must be about to leave now.
Mr. Sato, where are you?
Where are you, Christmas? I cannot find you. Why have you gone away?
Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something. What's she reading? What is Sussy reading?
How to vent on airship. Whoa, don't throw it! Mr. Sato, wait, what are you doing? What? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Are you happy about that? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. Why? So I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Sasato, Sussy Baka was saying bye to law? Why?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Sussy? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Runo's armband!
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Yeah, it is.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat. So I put it up my sleeve.
You put an entire flap-o-mat up your sleeve.
Really?
And I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see.
And then...
the brothers. Bang!
Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo!
Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. A door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in that shop, I realized it could be the only behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimonies to secure his freedom. So I made the British justice system feel very dark. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Huh? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. Oh yeah? What do you mean? I mean, I guess I know what you mean. Well, the crime scene appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah!
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I'd made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. Smart, Sussy Baka.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
Dude, she really did trap them, yeah.
So, is this why you kept it a secret, Sussy? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time from what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes.
And give him the cat flappinator, or whatever it's called.
If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. I don't get it. How does she think of everything? That doesn't make sense.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
I guess that's true. Also, he probably would have revealed it too early, and the guy wouldn't have been tricked.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. But Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh?
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
I don't know about that.
What is faith without doubt, Sussy Baka?
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. Does she even know who Graydon is?
And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Happy, Baka?
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
The revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo.
What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? Cipher, that's like Pokemon Coliseum. I see. But then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow! It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Huh?
A? B? Asogi? Sasagio? Asagio? What? Well, it can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? What? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? That's what she was thinking. She was thinking, and she must have been transcribing.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. What?
Sasibaka.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse codes to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right! I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. I think it's based on the Iroha Pangram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember of all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Mr. Sato, don't you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Dude, of course she does. Of course she does. She's just too smart. Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important in the international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
But, be as that may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course.
What does it say, Sussy?
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes is made the color drain from Sasato-sen's face. Your Sussy voice has gotten higher pitched and quieter. Well, I made it higher pitched on purpose.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
I've just been spreading apart the difference between Ryunosuke and Sussy over the course of the whole game, because they started as the same voice, and then I gave her a slightly higher voice, and now I'm trying to like actually differentiate them. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. Ooh, 4 names. First is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. The second one is Beef Stew. The third one is Hugh Janus. The fourth one is Mike Hawk. Zuma Asogi. Why is his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. A Shin? Who the hell is A Shin? Shin, I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregerson. I know Gregerson. Is this like a Japanese? Gregerson. Gregerson. Hey, they put the accent on it, not me. Gregerson. Gregson?
Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
Why is his name doing on a secret government communications as well? What are you doing? And the last name. Naruhodo Baka? What's the matter, Miss Sasato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. It's gonna be me, isn't it? Oh, what is it, Stassi? Don't keep us in suspense! The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh, I know him. I know him.
What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. And after 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That is all 4? Wait, so it's Kazuma, a random dude that I probably don't know, Tobias Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Kazuma and Wilson are dead. I don't know who A. Shin is. That's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? What? Why was McGilded after that so much, then? Oh, this doesn't make sense, dude. I mean, it will later in Game 2, but right now it doesn't make sense at all. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Sussy and Runo come from? Yeah, he could be there. Yeah, he could be there. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. No. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. Can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Maybe.
Oh, it's go time. We gotta go. Honk! What's sussy? It's content. Yeah. Is it hype, sussy? You're clearly not following the Nicolini rule of code of conduct. Oh dear, the ship's gonna set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Sussy?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Sasato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato! I had hoped to have... I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Sad, but also happy. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Sussy? Oh no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah! Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Sussy. Promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You remember the first time we met? I do. Of course. On the SS Burio when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, I was still half asleep. No, you met before. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sasato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Sasato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Bye-bye, Sussy. Everybody wave bye-bye, Sussy. Sussy, bye-bye. Oh, cutscene. Bye-bye, Baka. Oh, I see Russians. Bye-bye,
Somehow
Sussy.
we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Bye-bye. There's Wagahai. There he is.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Kitty. Goblin.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there
Goblin.
will be trials and tribulations ahead.
Trials and
Of course
Tribulations.
there will.
That's a Phoenix Wright game.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Wait, he's playing. He's playing violin.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's go, Naruhodo Baka. Sensei. Incredible. Well, that's only half of the story. Jesus Christ. That was so long and we're only halfway done. Oh, it's not over. Not over.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather awkward news.
What?
The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, although the trains had to wait at stations. What?
But really, we should never have made it to Dover, and we would have never made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault.
What the fuck, Sholmes? You can't do that. Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Sasato.
You love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes.
Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you'd like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words. I know I can and I know just the one he'll use here. Yeah. What word is it? I don't know. It's the word they use at the end of every Ace Attorney game. That I really must say.
Objection!
I was gonna say he's gonna go, yes! Oh, the bopper. My boy! Scene director scenario planning. Shoot, Takumi. Yes, sir. We did it. Game 1. Game 1. That was pretty good, but there are so many unanswered questions.
In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street all over Europe. Something was afoot that would transpire had I ordered them all myself. So I advertised them off the sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
Art direction, character designs, Kazuya Nuri. Let's go, Kazuya Nuri. You did a good job. This theme is really good.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Harley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Sussy and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Music, Yasumasa Kitagawa. Well, Yasumasa Kitagawa, you did a good job on the music. Hanye?
Witness your testimony is riddled with
Exactly, come on, call it. I didn't give these guys voices. Because I didn't start doing voices.
Well, I don't know the father of factor in this man. Are you calling my son a liar?
Yes, I am.
Witness, my court has no room for your petty arguments.
Lead planner, team manager, Shinsuke Kodama. Lead scripter, Takashi Ito. Let's go. Having delivered the Russian dancer to short Shanghai led ship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair.
Planning, Yoichi Yorikeda Tsuri Jodai. Attaboy. Did you not give them voices in case 1? No, I didn't. I didn't do any voices for case 1.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard of policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Yomohiko Utsumi, Yasuo Kondo, Tetsuya Anima.
Good job. Hey! I really like this theme.
The latest Rents magazine is out, and I'm in it again! Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it?
Yes, I do.
Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
That's funny.
Not bad for an amateur. The ladyship puts me to shame.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. What? Managing rather well in this housework too. Got the maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize that the man of the house is his own maid. What?
That's kind of funny. Guys, this stream's almost been 7 hours. But I did it. 6 hours and 42 minutes. I've never heard this part of the song.
My Rolly's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper.
It's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out of the small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners that dropped her pennies and my lovely wife.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
I've never heard this part of the song. This is the only part of the soundtrack I have not heard. Gina! Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Riders comes every day for a natter. It ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases with Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigation are kind of interesting when you get into them. I did it. I freaking did it. It took so long. I had homework I really should have been doing instead of this. But here I am. Oh, Graydon.
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. I ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time here planning to come back of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right?
The Three Musketeers.
Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. All right. Investor Lestrade is a Sherlock Holmes character. How much you want to bet Gina becomes an inspector at the end of the series? Or end of the second game? Sasibaka.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Thank you, Sasibaka. Shintaro Kojima, good job. Oh? Aww. Look at that. Look at Waggy. Beautiful. Goblin. I love Goblin. Goblinization has occurred. Has begun. Over? Capcom? Ooh. What's this? Oh? Voice actors. I will say that I do think they did a weird job of casting on Ryunosuke. But everyone else was good. I mean, they had like almost no actual lines, but you know. This is a cool ending sequence though. When is Giselle Brett gonna come back? Because she has to come back. Or at least be mentioned again. I feel like she will. We have a whole nother game to get to that. Mr. Mikatova and Sasibaka. And Bird Lady flying away.
I, Hanif, Big Beef Boss, it is me, Big Russian. I will kill you with my giant butt cheeks.
Is Kazuma gonna stop? I bet he is. There's no way he keeps walking. Maybe he does, because he's like with me in spirit. Or does he hand me my sword and I keep walking? No! Give me the sword! No! No!
It's me, the Russian lady who shipped on the plane. I have a... This is my voice. I'm a Russian.
Sasibaka sword.
Nicolini. It's me, Nicolini. Russian woman.
Sasibaka, give me the sword. I was gonna say, is he gonna come back? We didn't look through all the cases yet. This is a cool credit sequence. I like this.
Lord Strongheart. Strongheart. Yeah.
Fuku.
So. Bruce Family or whatever.
Oh, yes, he did do that, didn't he? It was me, Mr. McGilden. I am a piece of shit and I deserve to burn in hell. Because I look like the Lucky Charms man, except I'm not green. But, you know, I'm still kind of evil. But, you know, it's still kind of weird. Alright, bye.
Janet Sue. Janet Sue is actually a god amongst Ace Attorney creations. Like, right up there with Shuchikumi.
Hello, Naruhodo! It's time for my logic and reasoning spectacular.
It's me,
Hello, Mario.
Luigi! Mario, I don't understand. You said Brooklyn was our home.
Sir. Oh my god, Pat, my little darling.
Oh, Mr. Kermit the Frog. Oh, Miss Piggy, I don't know what to do. My little water. I love you, little pee-pee poopy goblin. Oh, yes. I am Suzeki Natsume.
It's me, Iris. I'm 2 feet tall. I don't know how I do my hair every day.
Me, Van Zykes, Lord of the Butt Cheeks. I trust in you, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's me, bruv. And it's me, bruv.
And it's me, Stinky.
I heard ya. Boy. Is that it? I heard ya. Ready or go, Morty.
That's Gina. I will say that this is the most incomplete ending of any Ace Attorney game I've played. But that makes sense, because there's literally a direct sequel. This does not feel like a complete ending, because I don't think it's not meant to be, obviously. But all other Ace Attorney games are like, you did it. It's over now. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that, Holmesy. Holmesy daddy. I hate his dumb ass.
Me and the bestie.
Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Bean. Bean. Alright, we're halfway done. We're halfway done. Ooh! What's this art? What's this? That doesn't make any sense, though. But okay, I like it. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. Capcom? Logo, Capcom logo? Hey! I really do like the changing title screens. That's very cool. But the next game is gonna be crazy. Okay, so... should I enable the other costumes? What are all the escapades? Extra short episodes? Like 15-minute story things? Alright, well, I'll probably do those off stream. I want to enable all the Sussy Baka suits. I want this one, Shom's Japanese Jumble Mix. Can we go to auditorium and jam out for a bit? Oh, I need to go to bed. It's 2 a.m. But yes, we can. Briefly. I've listened to all of these already because I've already listened to all the unused themes. This one is pretty good. There are actually all the unused Ryunosuke themes are pretty good, I think. One goes dun 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 dun. Yeah, this one. I do like how they write notes from the composer. This was early in development cycle, so I was exploring various avenues. Initially, I wrote the intro that played for Mr. Takumi, but the piece never went further than that. This one? I wrote this at the point when we decided to try to include a lot of Japanese elements in the game, so I made a heavy use of taiko drums and other Japanese percussion instruments. This one. This was composed at the end of the intensive intro composition period. I wrote it with previous titles in the series in mind, but it was rejected in the end because it didn't have a strong enough the Great Ace Attorney vibe. Yeah? The chord is now in session unused? Ooh. I haven't heard this one. This sounds like straight out of the trilogy. Like the original. This sounds like 2005. Adventure of a Great Beginning? What's this? No. The Sasibaka? This sounds like Turnabout Sisters. Truth is, I had little competition with Mr. Meiba to compose this theme, and I lost. But I can accept defeat and secure it in the knowledge that he created the perfect theme to match Sasato's image. Yeah. This is Sasato's theme by Kitagawa, which was the other composer of this. You know what I want to find is the, I don't think it'll actually show it to me yet. Overture to Adventures, unused? Oh yeah, I've heard this one. It's pretty close. Honestly, I think I like Overture or Overture to of Ryunosuke more than I like the actual Objection theme. Kazuma Asogi unused. Yeah, thank God they didn't go with this one, to be honest. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Objection. They don't have all the themes. Yeah. I like this one more than the Objection theme. I honestly think. I really do. It's a very good theme. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm going. I gotta go to bed.